fine. Ah, damn it! I pushed wrong buttons. I pushed the wrong buttons. Alna's what, ho friend? Coming in, coming in! Wrong ho indeed. Hey, Snuggly. Shouldn't be surprised you're here on time for this one. This has been a long time coming. And Kisa Watto, coming in, coming in. Deus Watto, friends. Lexi, Neopale, Orchazini, Watto, friends. Coming in, coming in. You glorious Mother Hubbard. Katros, hello, hello. Snuggly's like, Discord alert hadn't even dissipated. Alana's like, so we sharpened our knives with this one? No. So, like, Snuggly, I'm gonna need you to be kind of like my thief teacher again. Because I had grand intentions of booting up the game, like playing the intros and stuff again, like finding my feet. I have not done that. So, I'm gonna be interviewing Null while we talk about robbing the Cradle whilst trying to remember how to play Thief. I am going to get my face broken. And it's going to be glorious. So how are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Snuggly's like, I'm gonna go like an old school Trekkie, but for Thief. I got this. Yeah, Fearless, we're legit doing this. So Fearless, Quasi, did I say hi to Neopale? I did say hi to Neopale. Quasi's like, just had some Watsits. Thinking of you. I mean, I like the idea that you consider me that cheesy. Yeah, get it, because it's cheesy. It's just... Alright, well, gonna... So how are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? As I'm sure you've seen, like, there's been nothing super dramatic games industry-wise, but it's been an interesting couple of days, certainly.
We made a pun. The floodgates are open.
I mean, Quasi, I'm pro puns, you know this. It's just, if I haven't slept or if I'm hungover, then yo puns do me a damage. But it's not, I'm never against puns. I'm actually very in favour of things that aren't puns, calling them puns, just to infuriate others. It's like how I'll go into Chipotle and pronounce it Chipotle with a dead face, because I know I'm too English for people to correct me.
With the time here, so you are an hour early, might even seen a bit of the game before sleep.
Oh, wait, cool. Though one of the few plus sides of the bizarrities that is the feckin' daylight savings. And Steppergen, how are you doing? So, Stormsworder, Stormsworder. Hang on, alright. Stormsworder or Stormsworder, which one do you prefer? Because I reckon if I can get it locked into my mind now, I'll get it right for the future. Fearless, I hope I said hello. And Fearless. Oh, like the Zoid. Okay. I knew you were an individual of taste. Zoids are also very expensive these days. Marshall Ray, Watto, friend. Archer says, working on a bunch of old crappy sites, having to deal with all that nonsense. Hey, at least you're not having to deal with the games industry cycle at the moment. Oh, hang on, I'm gonna work out which Zoid it is that your username comes from. So that'll help me. But yeah, I know Zoids. I had one as a kid. Okay, so it is Storm Sworder. I know.
Just
tiny little hands. Yeah, I had Zoid as a kid that was real rad. If you didn't know them, they're kind of like wind-up mech dinosaurs, and the more complicated ones had like, they walk around and do a bunch of cool shit. I was obsessed with them because they actually had like a cockpit that you could open, and the little pilot would be in it. Famously, like, all the great Zoid games have very rarely gotten an English language version, let alone a European one. Me and Dak were talking about this the other day because of my obsession with Gundams. Oh yeah, Murder Goose is coming along.
Who wants to sing?
Thank you, Fiona. Murder Goose is coming together. I've done the frame. Now he's gonna have a huge goose overcoat of murder. Yeah, me and Dak were talking about this, and we're like, oh, wonder how much Zoids cost these days. Zoids are very expensive. They're like, the little ones start at 3 figures, and I'm like, no! God, I haven't checked Baseball this week. Archers... Archer is saying, eventually they have their own game studio. I get to decide their own game cycle. At least that's the goal. Yeah. Well, that's the point where you just, like, either go against the grain and just go feck the media. Like how I don't like doing social media stuff, despite the fact that I should. Or you use your contacts and your powers for great victory. Oh, Bacon and Beans, I did not say hello, so what-ho? In case you're wondering, yes, that is Bacon and Beans is Yaldum, and yes, it's that much. So Storm Sword is saying they have a couple of larger, they cover the Linger Zero model kits, built Linger Zero a while back, and it was fun. Oh, yeah. Storm Sworder, I've been real lucky. You can kind of see him behind, because Storm Sworder's asking about Gundams, which means I get to talk about Gundams. So you see the Horde behind. Where is it? At the back on a little plinth there was a gift from Jaralan, which was a Master Grade Gundam Barbatus, one of my absolute favourite Gundam designs. And it basically got me on this path of Gundams! You can can't quite make them out, but these are the boxes on the sides. More of these have been sent by the Longship than have not, and I still don't know who most of them are from. The big behemoth up top, you can kind of make out. Let me use my. You can kind of make out next to the slug cats. That was the last one I put together. The Psycho Zaku, a gift from Zelki. I'm just in love with him. So yeah, Storm Sworder. If you enjoy that kind of stuff, you're gonna find yourself in good company. Graphite Sparrow. What? Okay. So friends, today is gonna be a very special show. It's gonna be kind of a two-parter. We're gonna hang around in Nata. Akoa. Wato. Actually, Akoa, you asked at exactly the right time. Today is going to be glorious. We're gonna be doing something a little different, but a little thematic. See, it's Halloween month. We are all across the internet. Everyone is playing spoopy games, talking about spoopy games. And I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted to talk a little bit about the history of spooky games. And there's nothing more weirdly iconic than robbing the Cradle. And I don't mean dating someone who is very, very, very younger than yourself. What I mean is the final level of Thief the Dark Project. It is the Dark Project, isn't it? Because I always get these subtitles. No, Thief Deadly Shadows, sorry. Yeah, so Kandarian, this is the final level from Thief 4, which I'll have to bust out some console commands to skip to, because I did not unlock all of them. This is more than just a good level with some spoops in. Thanks to Kieran Gillen, who some of you might remember from the before times, Kieran Gillen did an incredible write-up of Robbing the Cradle, of how it sets forward a lot of its psychological horror elements, how it sets its pacing, how it presents to you a lot of ideas. And these are concepts that other game creators have studied and have been responsible for some of the best bits and games we've come to know. I truly believe without this level, we wouldn't have Amnesia and the new school of video game horror. Dead Space would be a completely different experience. And I know for a fact that this was a huge contributing factor into a lot of the design that went into Alien Isolation. Like, Robbing the Cradle is more than just a set-piece ending to a cracking game. It is the foundation from which horror games that we know and love have come from. And I am so happy to be able to celebrate this with you. Also, in about 45 minutes, when we actually get into the meat of this, Jordan Thomas, who some of you will know as Null, is going to be joining us to talk about that level. He was involved in its creation, and was the person Kieran interviewed for that famous article. Now, if you want to swat up on the article before we go in, Kieran has a copy of the article on his website. Also, Tanari Wow. What, ho, friend? Katros is like, see, I seen Robbing the Cradle was a subtle jab at the Thief reboot. Ah, the Thief reboot made me sad. One of these days we will do a play on it, because they missed the mark with the Thief reboot, and I think that's worth deconstructing. Mobster, yes, we are going to be talking to Null. I figured, because I haven't seen everybody, I took an extra day off yesterday, which was lovely. So Null's going to be joining us in like 45 minutes. Plus, I have no doubt that Deadly Shadows is going to throw me a bunch of technical problems to faff around with. Storm's sort of saying their first introduction was Eternal Darkness. Yeah. Eternal Darkness was also one of a lot of people's first introduction to meta, meta.
I guess this is an unlucky sub.
Not even slightly, Favor 6, not even slightly. Cheers to you, friend. How are you holding up? 13 months. And Kendarian, thank you for asking. Yesterday was lovely. Pup's like, we're going to hear the mystical Null's voice. We are indeed. Voice only, but Null will be joining me on a call in about 45 minutes. I did ask Kieran if he wanted to join us this afternoon, but sadly Kieran's up against it with comic stuff. But he does send his love. Oh, cool. And, oh. Here's a bit of randomness. I'll throw it in the Videodrome. I did some work with a game called Operation Tango, which is, if you can imagine, kind of like Super Spy meets Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. Me and Fiona did a video on that, and it just went live, which is fucking cool. I'll throw it in the Videodrome. So John Bacon, what? Oh, coming in. Oh, and Mobster, thank you kindly. I mean, we talk a lot of video gaming stuff here, and one of the things that actually got me to pay attention to the Blackout Club was Question's previous works on the Magic Circle, which is one of the best, like, video games about games industry. Sorry, here's me getting arty-farty. Now, there is a rule for today, friends. There is a rule. This rule is for me as well as for you. We are strictly not allowed to ask about the Blackout Club. We're not allowed to ask about what's going on with it. We're not allowed to ask about how the sausage is made. And again, this is more for me than for you. Until the Blackout Club is done with its story, I don't want to know. I don't want to know how they make it. I don't want to know their development process or how they run live ops like that. I don't want to know diddly. We are here to talk about hot spoops from old games. We're here to talk about the foundations of video game horror with some absolutely exceptional guests. Val was just adding on the Thief reboot. One of the small things led to be very funny moments. Thief reboot had one small thing that led to one very funny moments before I turned off the feature. The Xbox version would use the Kinect microphone to broadcast your noise in-game. Found this out because they sneezed IRL, which means their character in-game sneezed. Oh, that is glorious. Sorry. I've not had hands-on with Raji Adventure. I just found the art style around it very, very interesting. So I put it on my... I use my wish list on Steam both as a way to support my friends and also a way to keep an eye on interesting projects. I don't know if it's good or bad or what have you. I have also... There isn't a really good conversational pipeline between development teams from places like India and China and spaces like that to here. So a lot of the guests we have on this show are people I either know personally or I know people that can do introductions. I have tried to get some Indian development teams on the show to talk about how that scene of games development is so different from like the rest of the world, but I've had no joy in it, so I can't say that we will get the developers on the show, not because I don't want to, but just because of logistical challenges. Oh, here's me just chatting everyone's ear off. Yeah, Kandarian, hot spoops from old games. That flash maze, no. The power of cheap jump scares. Wait, Wayman or... No. So yeah, friends, that's our plan for today. I'm probably going to be faffing around with some... getting this up and running, because old games love to throw us some lovely little curveballs. And I've got to remember all the codes for Deadly Shadows. Console. Thief Deadly Shadows. Console commands. Oh man, it's been a long time since I've had to search for cheats for a video game. No. Okay. Garages, this is not the jams I'm feeling today. So you're gonna play me caught in the reverb. Where was my little brain at? As long as I had to get a cup of tea, pull the couch over. Oh yeah, you got plenty of time. Null's not joining us for another 40 minutes, and I'm gonna cook a tweet. Hey Fiona, the Operation Tango video's out. It's got Electra in as well. We had a lot of fun. Sorry. I know I'm careening between topics, friends, so fast. So Operation Tango was a game that asked myself and Fiona to play it side by side for one of their videos. And it was feckin' hilarious. Fiona and I decided that we were going to play characters. So Fiona was playing like badass secret agent Jazzy Cabbage, because she got baked as when we played it. And I was playing a British hacker Gin Likely, because I was drinking a lot while we played it. And like the demo for Operation Tango is out at the moment, and the best way to describe it is one person plays like a secret agent and the person plays a hacker, and you have to break into a super vault to steal like a, I don't know, a virus or a potato or something. I forget. That was the least important part. But the actual act of it is very much like keep talking and no one explodes. The hacker has very little visual information of the space, but has control of systems. Vice versa, the agent sees everything that's going on in the environment, but doesn't have the same level of control. I made Fiona listen to Christmas music in the lift. It was fun. Also, there were sharks inside the super secret vault, so I'm glad I was on the other end of a screen, you know what I mean? But yeah, jumping back, the discussions about Eternal Darkness. So Eternal Darkness was very, very interesting. Another corner piece in what I describe as modern horror. If you think of like Resident Evil as old school horror, like there's horror, there's gore, there's there's terrifying themes like that. Shadow of the Beast, Phantasmagoria. That's what I'd call old school video game horror. New school video game horror looked at the experience rather than the content. And the reason why Eternal Darkness is so important is it used meta, narrative tools to feck with you. And for a lot of people, that was one of the first times we got that introduction. What the Cradle does is a lot of environmental horror, a lot of suspense created by the situation, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, because that's my usual. Big Sandy's like, Christmas music in October is horror. It is. It very is. Shackle says, Silent Hill, old or new horror? Silent Hill 1 and 2, old school horror. But moving into more of these psychological elements. Silent Hill 4, The Room, new school horror. Gandarian says, when I got Unreal like 20 years ago, the first level scared me. Oh yeah. And like, games like Half-Life and stuff like that had some feckin' terrifying stuff in it. Like, I'm not...
Merry Christmas, it's the time for carols.
It's not even November. Shackle, you absolute terror. Also, Sandy, what, old friend? How are you doing? We're going to be talking Thief, Deadly Shadows, and we're going to be going into the final level and talking about how it influenced a lot of horror video games today. And then, because I think we only get Null for an hour and change, so please forgive me if I'm not my usual chatty self for that, but I don't want to consume all the conversation time. Yeah, Snuggly, no Borix in this one, but it's okay. And then after that, if we've still got time, we can do Dread X3. I don't know if I'm ready to listen to my own voice on a video game, but if we're going to do it, let's do it together.
God, the spooks that stick around sometimes are not in horror games and anything spiders, of course. Why spiders? Just why? Kids in horror spooky, don't forget horror like Fatal Frame.
Well, sorry, thank you for the 200 bits. Shackle, thank you for the 200 bits. Okay, yes, I was the one that played Christmas music to Fiona, but it was ironic. And yeah, sorry, the Japanese horror games did a lot of very interesting things very early on. There's little snippets of them in... there was a lot more of an incremental evolution of Japanese developed horror games rather than what we saw over here, which was a few like big bombastic winners. Like Fatal Frame's what if you were a very small girl with a camera rather than a beefy marine, wasn't the first time that got put forward, but its slow incremental changes definitely solidified it. It took a lot of the ideas that Clock Tower put forward. Storm Sword was saying Corpse Party was more disturbing than horror, I think. Oh yeah. Corpse Party's ability to weave a horror story with what little it had is still some of the best. Like there aren't other great examples. I mean, feck games like Detention. Graphite's like, isn't this the month for spoops? Face your fears, play a game with your own VO in it, right? Oh. Oh yeah, Kandarian, inspiration for Resident Evil. Sorry, I went off to the moon for a second there. Yeah. Like, Alone in the Dark, evolving from being a point-and-click game into a 3D game, and then Resident Evil taking Alone in the Dark's formula and doing it as a Romero-style zombie survival. Which, we do need to remember that until, God, like the 2000s, like, God, I want to say mid-2000s, zombies weren't cool. They were not everywhere. Zombie media...
Look into my eyes, you will see what you mean to me. Search your heart, search your soul, and when you find me there you'll search no more. Don't tell me it's not worth trying, for you can't tell me it's not worth dying, for you know it's true. Everything I do it.
Feckin' Terror Favor 6. Happy Valentine's Day. It's October! Criminals. Oh, thank you. I've got a little sandwich. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm always happy for food. Litter. But yeah, have you watched the video? I haven't seen it.
I did. You've seen it.
Well, we saw the big long one. I haven't seen this little trailer cut. Does it involve us screaming at each other?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
It's basically
To Luke Milato, Wato, welcome. I should actually test to make sure I can get Deadly Shadows running while we're having a natter. Oh, sorry. I have missed you lot. Like, I know taking a day off yesterday was the smart play. Last week was an incredible cavalcade of fun. Like, the game came out, Memnol was awesome, the video we did for the Blackout Club was exceptional. It was a great week, and I didn't have a big messy crash at the end of it, which led me to believe that I needed to recover lest I have a big messy crash this week. So I took yesterday off, we took River out, Dark Writer, thank you kindly for the follow. Oh, Snuggly says, so you're probably going to want the sneaky upgrade. It's a compatibility patch. Cool. Let me get that on the download now. Yeah, sneaky upgrade Thief 3. It knows. See, Snuggly, this is why I'm happy to have you with. Do you recommend getting the one off ModDB, or should I get it from another site? Keys was asking, how was Season 2 of Memnol? Did you miss it? Oh no, it was feckin' amazing! Like, I won't say spoilers for anybody that wants to catch up on it on their own, but it was feckin' grand! I'm sorry you missed it. Oh, and Joda, go get some sleeps. Hopefully not actually nightmares. Hopefully some good bomb-ass naps. Alright, so forgive me if I seem a little like multi-screen distracted. I'm just getting the sneaky upgrade patch to fix the compatibility issues. Sneaky upgrade full edition. There we go. Hey, Favor 6, I'm glad you got onto some cheeky roller coaster time. Ah, okay. So Snuggly was saying that add some compatibility stuff, yay. Removes loading zones, yay. But very importantly, it adds the old Thief cheat codes. Oh, feckin' yo. To Casper Gilgamesh, what? Oh! Coming in, friends, coming in. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, Asari. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. But you're right. Detention is a game that absolutely spoops. Faber says, is it weird that Ascana Sombra was one of the most scared I've been at games? Not at all. I used some very, very clever mechanics. Oh, and Casper, I'm doing lovely. I took a day off yesterday, which was glorious. River got walks. Naps were had. It was a good day, yo. Though I missed you lot something fierce. Today, we have Null joining us on the line in about half an hour. And we're going to be talking about the final level from Thief 3, Robbing the Cradle. An absolute pillar of horror video games. Now, it probably isn't going to be Spoops a moment because we are going to be breaking it down a bit. Also, if you want to swat up on this, and if you're interested in game creation, I'm just going to keep linking this. This is Kieran Gillen's article on this very level, which is considered like essential reading if you are creating a horror game. Yeah, it's an excellent read.
From Seattle, there's a team in a baseball league. Garages are their name, and they're here to cause a scene. Bound again.
I can see the truth in your eyes.
Oh yeah, and I am still blaring the music of the Seattle garages. I know I have not checked Baseball this week. I have no idea what's going on. Okay. J-Post, what, oh friend? Oh, Windows, I need you to not be... Oh, I've got to run the game first. Sorry! Here's me doing all the things I should have done before I got started this morning, but I had a little bit more of a sleep. I had a little bit more of a snooze. Please don't be deafeningly loud. Martin Watto! Coming in, coming in. Oh. Yeah. See, friends.
IDOS.
This is me just kind of fixing the game, getting it ready and running. Oh god. No! Stop being loud! God, old PC splash screens. Ah, that great maximum resolution of 16 by 20. Alright. Yeah, Kisa, I'm real sorry. Although, hopefully the config files for audio. Subtitles on. Sound effects volume, a lot less. Music volume, a lot less. Audio hardware mixing, advanced HD, EWAX multiple environments. I don't even know what that means! Alright, so hopefully... Oh god. We still here? Okay, we good. Both my screens just went jet black for a second there, and I was like, cool, so this is how it dies. Honest, I might need a special Voodoo GFX card for this one. Complete with that pointlessly thirsty box art they always used to do. Even during my thirsty teenage years, I didn't understand why you'd need scantily clad 3D lasses on the side of a box To make me buy a graphics card? I never understood that. Okay. Okay. All right. Just doing the cheeky installs on the side. Apologies for going a little bit quiet there. So, aside from old games and horrors, how have you lovely folks been? Games industry-wise, I saw a few things popped up. I mean, it's all stuff you know. Cyberpunk's doing another delay. Apparently, according to their press release, it's due to the current console versions, which is curious. What were some of the other bangers? I forget. Oh, Hardsuit Labs now has a new lead narrative designer, which is lovely. I don't personally know Samantha Walschlager, but assume they're good peeps. Sorry, thank you kindly for the 100 bits. And it's probably just my dyslexic self. I am not sure what you are saying, but I am very grateful for the 100 bits, yo. Ah, yes, Sir John Bacon. That was definitely an interesting maneuver you pulled. Sorry, John Bacon was just saying, they watched all of the Evangelion TV show in one sitting. Reflective with Spoopy Cannonball! Reflective, thank you for the 100 bits, friend. Okay. Sorry, I'm just doing the configuration for this. Don't think this one.
Sometimes to join a baseball team and sometimes the barista falls
Varbles, thank you for the 100 bits and all. You're being cool. Sorry, yeah. So John Bacon binged all of the Evangelion show in a day, which I do not mentally recommend. Have you done End of Evangelion yet? Because, oh boy. I keep looking at the old DVDs of Evangelion because I love the original. The original English voice cast do such a good job. And also, because there's that, there's... Oh, what was I saying? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, there's End of Evangelion, but there's also Death and Rebirth, which is like one half in, one half out.
I hope this clears things up, and I think sometimes by using elements from Foul Clower for things like mythical beasts and characters in a game and it's done well, It adds another level for me. I love folklore and mythology. Some
Empty bowls and hand wash plates and birthday cakes. These memories I'll carry.
Again, is it something that I've not encountered? If it's something of Welsh culture, I apologize. Thank you again. Thank you for the 200 bits. That's feckin' kind of you, sorry. Like, helping keep my dumb ass alive. I feel genuinely guilty. I am not picking up what you're putting down this morning. Reflective's like, remember kids, we're all mechs with meat armor piloted by a 3-lump pound of goo. Indeed we are. And inside every adventurer, there's a skeleton with a can-do attitude. Okay, sorry. Forgive me while I'm leaping between different. Okay, so display. Oh wow, there is a lot here.
Oh, I know. I don't have to
Oh.
go. But with my roots here, there's nowhere left to grow. And I know we can't always be together, but when you see me catch that flybo, know that I would never be here without you.
Oh, so John Bacon said it's been a little berry, but they did watch End of Evangelion. Oh boy, that's a trip. Now, the reason why I end up talking about End of Evangelion so much is I honestly can't think of another creative works that directly addresses its user base. Oh, and sorry, it is no problem, alright? I apologize for the lost in translation on this. That's on me. But yeah, End of Evangelion directly addresses the audience, including in one scene showing you pictures from the death threats that Gainax got after the end of the original series. Like, End of Evangelion isn't just the movie remake of the last episode. It is a direct response to the criticisms that were leveled at that team. And let me tell you, they do not take that lightly. Okay.
So tell me.
What are you doing? Alright, give me some smooth jams. I'm sorry to the garages, but this needs smooth jams right now. God, I am leaping between conversation topics like there's no tomorrow.
End of Evangelion is the first of many times the team has declared you didn't like our ending. Fine, here's another you like less. You do not get the ending you want. No, not yours.
Very true. There was the outcry against the end of the original TV show, and then the subsequent film being a beautifully crafted experience, but absolutely not satisfying in the manner that its user base was asking for. Like, I think about that so much. Like, because we just don't do that in games. Or at least if we do it, it's not something that I've encountered very much. It's kind of like people hating the end of Mass Effect 3. If they went then out of their way even more to reference the users and be like, no, feck you. Sean's like, I get behind that. I'd do that. Like, oh, you didn't like that? You're really not gonna like this. But then doing it to such an extent. Like, the amount of money that it cost to produce End of Evangelion, like, it is not something small. And it made that money back. Hey. So John Bacon, no worry. I love talking about that nonsense. Also, the Eva movies are actually a sequel to the TV series. So enjoy that information. So Kandarian says Deponia 4 was exactly like that. Do you mean, so did they do a release and then do a re-release and say like, no, 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 fuck you? Oh, heck, we got 10 minutes. Oh, fluffy, adorable kitten. How are you doing? What ho? Anyway, so Kandarian says they can't go into the Deponia thing without spoilers. And I've not played that far into it. I played the first one, kind of went, that's pretty cool. And that was the long and short.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Okay, Fluffy is not messing around. No, wait. Some lovely Mother Hubbard from House Carl tagged Fluffy with a sub coming through the door. Man, the hunters do not snooze. And Vanderbeest, what? Oh! Yeah, Archer of the Eye, House Carl and feck around.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And apparently Sean's is on a rapid fire spree. Dude, thank you. That's real cool of you. Sean threw out 5 subs to the crowd that went to Mobster, Lulz is a noob, Ikoa, and a barbarous frog.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Also, Shofi Mavwin? Oh, you. Get in the way. Yeah, Fluffy, you're right. Sean can't claim your bounty. It was by an anonymous hunter.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So, bear with me just a
Stop that
second.
incessant clicking.
Null's going to be joining us in about 10 minutes. So, friends, if you want to go grab yourself a drink before we get started, now is the time. My whole thing's falling apart here. And friends, do forgive me while I am careening around a million miles an hour. Jonathan Pope, Wato, coming in, coming in. Today is going to be...
You said bell peppers and beef.
His name's Asimov Solis.
Today is going to
Are
be
you
an
listening to
interesting
me?
day.
No beef in here. So you wouldn't really call it bell peppers and beef now, would you?
Yes, I would.
Well, it's not!
It is when you're broke.
Oh, Snowly says they are officially out of tea, so they're going to take time to get one. Oh, way cool. Fluffy, how did you find Drake Hollow? And Skylark, Watto, coming in, coming in. We've got a guest joining us in about 5 minutes. We've got an old school game which I will attempt to do battle with whilst interviewing someone. This is going to be challenge mode. And again, dear friends, I've still got the link for Kieran Gillen's write-up on this. Like, feckin' yo. Jaralan, what ho, friend? Coming in, coming in. Way cool. Way cool.
Jet, do you know that there are 3 things
Sorry.
particularly
Will's trying to do a million things at once. How are you?
kids, animals, and women with attitudes? So tell me, Jet, why do we have all 3 of them neatly gathered in our ship?
Hey, Sadlin. How you doing, dude? Alright. Again, friends, please forgive me while I am leaping between... Okay. Well, as I'm leaping between different spaces...
Bell peppers and beef.
There are a lot of... Snuggly, there are a lot of switches for this overview mod. Zaylan says, just back from a dentist's office. Apparently they're doing speed runs now. Oh, lordy, lordy. We'll need more coffee. Oh, Bayonort, what ho? Are you getting peeps ready for school? Go you. I am just getting the game ready alongside a guest which we will have on the line in just a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm with Sky on this one, Sadlin. Dentist speedrun sounds painful. And Sensual Education, you know, we had a big talk about... So Sensual Education was saying, I don't know, you may not like to address this comment. I feel we really need to dig into the EC departure for some folks. We had a big sit down about this the other day, because I'm done being angry about it. Like, I was trying to do things the proper legal way. It's not happening. I can't comment on what happened with Floydo, but I can tell you that I had no idea that he was leaving until, like, the tail end of that video, which is bizarre because when they fired me super publicly, they put that on every social media channel they had. But the original creator leaving was at the end of a video just a little bit. Like, I am still in contact with all of the lovely people that I got the chance to work with for a bit, people who I still consider friends, but honestly, if you look at it, like, James just replaced the entire group with his friends instead, and, you know, I can't comment on what happened to anybody else, but there isn't really much more to say other than that. Like, Floydo's still doing great, and seeing the play frame and seeing New Frame Plus going from strength to strength is making me real happy. Like, mostly because of, like, Lurg and 2020 nonsense, but, you know, I still get to see Floydo's. I get to see the Floyds intermittently. And, oh yeah, I'm still proud of that line, Jaralan. Yeah, Floydo is great. Dan Jones as well. There are no more Dans. There are no more Dans. Anyway, I don't want to... I don't want that to be the conversation topic of the day, because we've got a great guest coming on. And I mean, I get to spend my days with you lot. You lot literally keep me alive. Like, all the bits, yote, and everything, it's keeping us in this little house, and I'm real glad about that. Like, you know, there are a bunch of stuff that I wish had happened differently to get to this point, but I'm feckin' happy now I'm here. Geraldine put in the important question, aren't Catgirls and Catboys great? Indeed, and actually one of the premier batters for the baseball band slash sports team, the Seattle Garages, is in fact a Catboy and has a banging anthem. Though this Catboy has informed that they are no longer allowed to use gun swords or sword guns on the pitch anymore. This has been decided. Bayonet's like, who's in charge of Will's Kidneys today? Will's Kidneys are also on holiday. They've been doing their darndest the last couple, so we're gonna give them a break today. Snoop Snoop Wayne! Shackle's like, wait, Catboy with a banging anthem. Yo! Sten's like, Malik. Hang on, let me bring up the picture. So I want baseball wiki garages. Seattle Garages, baseball team. Oh, Salem was there faster than I was. Alright, I'll just show you on main screen. That was what Geraldine linked. So yeah, this is one of the Garage's batters. You know, no big deal, no big deal. Why get into baseball, people ask. No reason, no reason. Okay, it is 1. I have a glorious guest in the wings. Oh, and Captain Stephanie Barton's head of House Order. What-ho? What-ho? House Order? House Valkyrie? What is with me today? Coffee, do your job! Old PC games are wrecking my brains. Video games are bad for you. Not new games, obviously old games. Okay. I gotta close like at least a fistful of these tabs. Okay, Smooth Jams. I'm gonna need you to pause for a second. Hello, hello.
Hello, test.
Test, how are you doing?
Hey, sir. Thanks for having me on.
Dude, it's great to have you on. In case our lovely viewership wasn't aware, I'm joined by Jordan Thomas, better known to you lovely Mother Hubbards as Null.
Yes, hi. I guess I still use that, don't I?
Yep. Dude, it was actually kind of cool rereading the article with Kieran and seeing that little bit with Jordan Null Thomas. I was like, yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, apparently I think of exactly one thing and just keep doing it. You'll find that's a theme.
Oh, of course, chat are now like, wait, Null speaks? Indeed he does.
Occasionally.
Actually, so Null, I did try and get Kieran on today, but he is rammed at the moment with comic book stuff.
Yeah, speaking of people who went on to neat stuff,
Right?
That was surreal to watch. And still, his work is somewhat of an inspiration, right? Like the Blackout Club's universe was born before Wicked and Divine, but once it had come out, it was impossible to unsee. It was like, okay, how can I accept that I've been influenced by this without copying it?
Right? Oh. So let me do a little bit of a better job of being a host. So, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Null. You have been a force in the industry for a heckin' while, and you've worked on a couple of titles people might have heard of.
It's true. Several in the same series, which just again, I guess I kind of get locked in. But yeah, I went from first game was a Harry Potter game of all things, and that was how I learned Unreal. And then through Thief, and then 3 BioShocks, and consulted on a couple of South Park games, and then did the Magic Circle and the Blackout Club most recently.
So yeah, a couple of games people might have heard of. You know, one or two. One or two. Okay. Forgive me if I'm looking left, right, and center. I was trying to find a good screeny of the Cradle, but I couldn't. So I'm just gonna take one of our titular character about to kosh somebody.
No worries.
And please feel to mock me shamelessly while we go through this, because I have been simultaneously setting up one of the overhaul mods and getting it ready whilst getting stuff going. So
I have a prop octopus here that I got for a D&D game, and I can just pose its tentacles in strange and suggestive ways while I wait for you.
Oh, no one else would know. So yeah, a lot of people just giving a lot of love to the Magic Circle. Like, the Magic Circle's so good.
Oh, that's very flattering. Obviously, at the time, the reaction was, curious, somewhat positive, but also a lot of people were like, God, this game is too angry. No. And so I will always look back on it with kind of mixed feelings. Like, I think that it was one of the most earnest things we've ever done, because there was nobody coaching us. We weren't following any kind of market trend. We didn't have the company's financial survival, obviously, over much in mind. It was just something that we needed to express and did. I'm glad I've gotten a chance to do that once.
That's way cool. I mean, I obviously viewed the Magic Circle from a very, very industry-focused standpoint, and I think that's why it hits so hard, because they weren't just characters thrown at us. You know, I felt like I could name every person in that game, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yes. Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Sure. We sort of had to, a kind of ethical razor that we used on that game was to make 100% sure that we weren't writing a friend of ours kind of verbatim, that they were kind of more of a constituent mass built out of lots of different patterns that we'd observed among game developers.
Yeah.
That a lot of the worst kind of development sins and acts of hubris we ourselves had been guilty of in some form or another at some point. So there was as much self-mockery as it was, aimed at anyone.
Oh yeah. Well, and also like the lead character. Oh, I always forget his name because I always want to call him Lord British, and he's not.
Ish Gilder.
Yeah, Ish's character is so genuine. He doesn't dislike the player, but he feels disconnected from him. Like the whole speech about, you want a beautifully crafted narrative, but you reserve the right to kill everything at any point. God, that hit like a freight train. Anyway, no, I would love to talk your ear off about the Magic Circle as well, and we can do. I'm gonna try getting us into the Cradle now, and we can go from there.
Sounds good.
So I fully expect there'd be a myriad of technical problems from this point. So
that would be on theme, right?
Indeed.
Give us something to rage about in a 10-minute long speech at the end.
I also want to say a quick hello to Tweakopedia and to Saphiro. What a welcome. I have Null on the line. We're going to be doing some sneaks and some thieves. And let's have a look. Hopefully this isn't a massive catastrophe. I mean, at very least, I feel that the conversation topic parts of this are worth... Wow, that is loud. I am so sorry, everyone.
IDOS.
Yeah, we know it's IDOS. Ion Storm. Oh, I am so sorry. Okay, wow. Yes, NVIDIA. So... No, I don't know how to tell you this, but did you know that every game sounds best on a 24-bit Sound Blaster?
That is what they say. Yeah, people used to publish games like this.
Oh, and Storm Sorter, stay safe, all right? Yeah, Kisa, I'm sorry. I think we just slayed every headphone user who was watching, but we're in. All right. Oh God bless compatibility mod teams.
I have the stream muted, so I'm not getting double voice. But so if I speak through a particularly loud part, forgive me.
Oh no, no worry, no worry. No one's ready for double will. That's far too much will. And audio should, yeah, it kept my settings. Subtitles are on. Sound and music is down. Okay. Snuggly, 69 viewers. Nice. Jonathan Pope. Oh my word.
You can see the artifacts of a very PC-focused team trying desperately to jam information onto a console-friendly interface.
Right. I mean, it's no Morrowind for Xbox. That's still one of my favorite glorious messes.
I'm sorry, what game? I don't believe that exists.
sorry, I misspoke there. I mean, who'd put Morrowind on an Xbox, eh? Who'd do that?
Boy, I feel their pain. we are brothers.
But also, I'm with Snuggly because Xbox Morrowind was one of the first Elder Scrolls I had the chance to get into. Because I don't know, maybe I was in the wrong sphere of the internet, but I didn't get to experience that. Okay. So let's get in game.
I got a tip last night from my fence. Heartless Perry. A nobleman named Lord Julian had some sort of quarrel and showed up at a local...
Okay, I'm just going to jump in because I think we can use console commands to jump to the cradle. Okay. I remember how to do this now. It's alright, Snuggly's here to take me through it. Okay, so you were on the entirety of the Thief series, right? If I remember correctly.
Sorry, I'm trying to get your stream to a position where I could easily see all of it. It's kind of poetic justice because it's so dark I can't actually see it.
The irony.
Yes. No, I was not. I wasn't on either of the first two games. I was, sort of terrible game journalist through the first one, was a big admirer. My editor at the time then went away to work on the sequel. And he did the Life of the Party sort of rooftop mission, which is kind of got a real reputation among the fans. And then he was the reason why I got an interview at Ion Storm once they were on the third game. So I've only ever touched the third game.
Okay, Snuggly says, so if you have cheats enables, it should be Control-Alt-Shift-End. So I just force reset my PC. Yeah, I think if I hold Alt F4 and tap it massively. Life of the Party, that's a hell of a reference. Now, oh god. So Null, if I start going off on weird tangents during today's conversation, please be like, Will, no. Because I immediately was like, oh, of course, Life of the Party being the inspiration for that incredible level from Dishonored 1. Oh man, that was something special.
That level called the game, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Emil, he pronounces it Pagliarulo, or he was probably the most kind of nakedly player-friendly designer on the series ever. Just a real, thinks fantasy first about why the player would be excited to do the thing that the level sort of pitches to you, and it was like, people were like, Emil, the Dark Engine is not about rooftops. It's mainly about corridors. In fact, if you could put fewer polygons in a blank corridor than 7, that would be neat. And he said, no, I'm going to do rooftops because the Thieves Highway. And so
let's come back to that. I tracked some things, and I believe I've started a whole bunch of things that I did not mean to, and I must apologize. Okay, that's some sizzling hot tattoo ink there. not going to make a lick of sense without context. Null, I am so sorry. I was using the cheat code to jump between levels, and
There's the torch.
the
Now to give the signal.
the cutscenes are incredibly loud, so I do want to apologize for that one. Sorry, you were saying.
If you assume that I had a plan for this, this just gives me more octopus time.
So just very
I was
quick.
just talking about Emil and his design philosophy, which he was the lead level designer for Thief 3. That's why it's relevant. He,
Yes.
Gave that sort of no, really, let's build an open-ended docks where you can go on top of every building. It didn't work, but that spirit informed a lot of Thief 3, and then we sort of brutally kind of cut it down to make it work on consoles, and the levels that were more traditional, where you kind of go into a big structure, somewhat like the Cradle, ended up working better overall.
Not the Hammerites, nobody.
No, way cool. Sorry, Snuggly was just telling me that what I did was I skipped the level, hit the briefing, and then it decided to just blast everyone's ears because the cutscenes are on a different audio. God, I'm gonna have to remember how to feckin' play this. Broadhead, water, noisemaker. I'm gonna get my ass kicked on the Cradle. I can tell this already. Bills, no, we don't need to make Null octopus jokes. It's okay. And to Mobster, that was one of the few rules I had about today, is we're not going to be talking about the Blackout Club. Now, you'll know, I feckin' love that game. The Blackout Club is an absolute banger. If you haven't picked it up, do so. I believe it's still on the Humble Bundle horror thingy at the moment. But as I've mentioned to... Well, actually, Null, forgive me if I haven't spoken to you about this. My personal philosophy is I don't want to know anything about how the Blackout Club is developed, produced. I don't want to know any of its live ops stuff or anything until the story is complete. You know what I mean?
Is that a challenge? I'm going to work in spoilers into the discussion of the Cradle.
No! See? Himself the dog. So yeah. No, it's really interesting that you were going for that, like, open environment design philosophy for this title, but it was the limitations, especially of the console release, that caused a lot of the changes. I always find that kind of stuff fascinating because it's not something that gets discussed a lot these days. Like, if you want to make a gigantic open world game now, you just kind of can. But
yes, exactly. Unreal has always been, like the people who made it would say, listen, that's not really what this was meant to do. It's very open-ended, and there's actually, I think really recently, somebody found screenshots from Jeremy Graves' pitch level that he built in vanilla Unreal to try to convince us to dump the real-time lighting out of Thief and Deus Ex 2 and go with vanilla Unreal, because we could have had more expansive environments and so on, but at the cost of those dynamic shadows, which at the time were a big kind of technical football. And so we ultimately didn't. But those shots just got out there, and it's interesting to me always to see that kind of development history make it to the fans, because there's definitely a very different Thief 3 and Deus Ex 2 that would have resulted if he had been successful in that pitch. I was pretty sympathetic to it because the poly counts are much higher. I love the idea of more life of the party, like rooftop action. But
yeah,
on the other hand, the Cradle leaned on the dynamic shadows quite a bit, and it would have been different and potentially lesser if we'd gone that way.
Oh, hells yeah. I believe I've got to do quite a few level skips for us to get to the Cradle, so I'm going to basically just do little snippets of banter with you as we careen through Thief's opening sections.
Sounds good. It will remind me of some of the plot that supposedly happened leading up to the level.
I was just going to add that it's interesting because, again, this isn't something that happens as much these days, but back in the day, features like dynamic lighting was the thing that which a studio could stake its profession on, essentially. And having dynamic lighting as a back-of-the-box feature was a very, very big deal. We don't see that as much anymore. Like, something's got to have a super weird technical specialty to get that kind of attention.
Yeah, and Iron Storm Austin arguably none of really Ironstorm were ever known for their engineering chops, but engineers get very territorial and like to posture a lot about why they should always write their own engine, and there are good arguments for it if your entire company's pedigree is going to be about building and maintaining proprietary tech. But this studio really wasn't set up for it. And so rewriting the renderer for Unreal so that we could boast about our technical wherewithal cost us dearly. And it's definitely hubris running down the walls throughout both games.
Yeah. I mean, Invisible War probably suffered more from it than Thief 3, at least from an external perspective. But I felt like Invisible War always had a hell of a challenge.
Oh, they did. My goodness, yes. Yeah, exactly right. I think Invisible War Jeremy was focused on that primarily when he was making the pitch, because it was the last chance to, in his mind, save it from a technical misstep. But given that world was more well lit, more neon, more open, I think that that game probably would have been noticeably better on multiple fronts if we'd had different technology. But we had to have one tech to serve them all. So said the kind of operators at the center, and we relented, and the Thief people were like, well, we want shadows and things, but basically it duplicated all the polygons. So they're really like just the same mesh twice.
Okay.
That was how this was done back then, these stencil shadows, and unbelievably expensive.
Oh, wow.
You basically had to build half the content and then turn off shadows as much as you could to try and recover some of that half.
And I don't know if the stream quality is doing it justice, but with some of the up-res mods, it still looks cracking. And also, this is more for our lovely viewership, just to add, but this is something that back in the day, getting someone else's engine was very expensive. The deal that Null was talking about, paying someone else to use their engine was not a small amount of money. It's actually how Valve ended up kind of shaking people up a little bit early on, was just, they let a couple of real small indie teams use the Source engine for very little money. And these days, you can just download Unreal. You can start a project. I believe you don't even have to pay any money until you make $1 million or something now. Something ridiculous. And that's very common. So it's not fiscally impossible to have a studio running multiple engines. But back in the day, that was not possible. If you had multiple engine money, then feck. I mean, I can't even think of anyone that had that kind of cash, Sorry,
yeah, I mean, I
wasn't really a question there.
No, that's okay. It existed, but it was uncommon. It was typically tech houses building their entirely new incarnation of the engine towards a game that wouldn't be released for several years, while shipping one on the previous incarnation, both of which they owned.
Yes.
Not that common. Do you have a licensed engine and your own tech in the same house?
Okay. So Snuggly, is there console commands that can get us straight to the Cradle, or do I have to do the hippity hoppity skippity levels? And no, I must apologise. I meant to get us a save cooked up last night, but I ate a chimichanga and fell asleep. It was a lot of food. I'm very sorry.
Of the excuses I've heard today, that's definitely the first.
Yeah, Snuggly's like, nope, we've got to hop all the way there. Oh, goody! All right, so let's hop through another.
The bloodline Opal's mine now.
There we go.
South Quarter.
Okay,
one of the
now we're
city's
at
most
Garrett's
crowded
building.
residential districts in the center.
Oh, can hang out in his house.
Yeah, these city sections were definitely suffered probably the most.
Do you reckon?
Oh yes, from the technical choices, absolutely. The Emil built, in Thief it's the city, just capital T, capital C, and he built an unbelievably ambitious, would be appropriate to a modern game. Maybe you would see it in The Witcher now. Docks build out, and it was just breathtaking, and we shipped basically none of it.
Oh no!
Yep, that's right. I'm here to bum you out, and so is my octopus.
Hey, these are the... Oh, I am not going to remember how to do lockpicking. Oh, I am not going to remember how to do lockpicking. Oh, feck. I am immediately reminded that I'm 1,000 years old playing this again. I still remember getting that, I think it was PC format. Got me the first demo of the original Thief, and it kicked my ass up and down this place.
It's just you. At first I thought somebody had broken in or something. Well, good evening.
Sorry. Oh, Storm Sword is asking one of the important questions. Does your octopi have a name?
No, but I do frequently still refer back to that campaign by saying, if something's wrong with the current game, blame the octopus. And you can do it too at home.
Get your own squiggly octopus. It'll save you a what a heartache. Team Toadhouse, what ho friend, how you doing? I've got Null on the line. We're going to be talking about the Cradle, some OG horror. I just got to get us there. Just got to get us there. Oh, I can't skip this one. Oh, this is not good. I can't skip out of this one. Challenge mode. Snuggly, help me! Snuggly's not really? Wait, oh no. Oh, do you want to leave this area, enter the south quarter? Yes. Okay. No, I just had to get out of the room. Oh, and to I cannot pronounce that username. I'm going to just go with JE. If you have any questions for Null, just at Viking Blonde in chat so I can see him through. My goal is to get us to the Cradle and to talk some proper good horror.
And so he says, we got the whole place under
Those purple mist walls that you just passed through were by no means part of the original plan. Those were concessions to the console memory footprint.
Oh, wow.
Why, but the City Watch wouldn't give me the time it takes.
So did you start development with the idea of it just being another PC title and then the console versions were introduced?
I swear, I feel like on a technical level, we must have started just believing in unicorns because the development kits came across and the memory footprints were fixed numbers, but I think that they just believed in human magic enough such that the assets could be optimized, everything could be compressed, and that somehow we wouldn't have to make any spatial concessions, which is of course hilarious. It's like, Santa Claus was more likely to show up and tell us that he could make the levels fit in memory than us making it happen through basically asset crunching.
Yet here we are.
Yeah, and so we were split in half. Almost all the levels in Thief 3 were split in half, and sometimes the second half just kind of rotted and fell off.
But I mean, these were the challenges that we had back in the day. Like,
oh yes, no, I'm salty only in the general sense. It's been a long time. These are old wars.
Hey, no, we're here for old stories. We're here for technical discussions.
You can tell by their insignia.
I mean, as I said, my goal is to get us to the Cradle and start talking about that. Because, and this is not just for general horn tootage, as I did say this to our lovely viewership before we started, but the thing about the Cradle and why I wanted to do an afternoon on it and show everybody is because it has been such a massive influence on the industry. This is Will's little nerdy story. I didn't actually read the article when it came out. I learned about the Cradle when I was sitting next to an exceptional designer at the Creative Assembly who was starting work on Alien Isolation, and he had the PDF just like saved to his desktop and took me through it and all of its effects on how he was constructing elements that would then become big core parts of that. And Kieran's write-up with your interview became kind of like a little tome. And having spent a lot of time reading it and spent a lot of time seeing its effects, I could... Oh, there's a black hand.
ya. I'll make a corpse of ya.
Oh.
Ain't nowhere to go, you know.
Feckin' guards. Sorry.
Which way did they?
Alright. No, we do. Okay, so Snuggly, we don't have level skip. This is a challenge. I'll follow. Oh, and Taffacat, thank you kindly for the follow. Okay. Okay, we're smart Mother Hubbards. We can work our way through it. Storm saying save and restart game. Possibly. Let's give that a go. No, I'm so sorry, friend.
Well, that's quite all right. Like I say, it's helping me somewhat catch up on the game leading up to the Cradle. And that interview you're talking about, like, I don't think either of us intended it to be 10 pages on one level. When I speak, sometimes could be faster.
True. I mean, it seems weird to say that now. Like, the hunger for long-form content and deep dives and stuff like that is basically like 50% of games media conversations right now. I watched a 20-minute documentary on architecture in games and how it shaped control. Like, that's the done thing now. But back then, that was Summit.
Yeah, you were lucky if you got a page on the game in many cases.
Yeah.
So it was, I think his editors realized that he was finding a voice, and they wanted, for some reason, they were like, you know what? Sure, just take half the magazine.
And friends, I know it seems like I'm kind of dancing on old stories, but like, this was a time when physical gaming magazines ruled the media. That's where you got your game news from. Like, websites were a quirky idea that would never take off. So, like, magazines like PC Gamer, Future Publishing ruled games conversations with an iron fist. So 10 pages on a level was unheard of. Alright. And Snuggly's walking me through saying, I've just got to get round the corner to one of the stores. Steal your bread. I steal your bread. That gentleman seems unconcerned with the loaf that I buzzed past him. Alright, so back to where I was. Alright. So here's by the bloody handprint. Oh, it was round this corner here. Yeah. See, Null, one of my favorite old tricks in level design. The thing where you go, like, round the corner, like left, right, left, through.
Yeah, we would call them S-curves. I think they probably, and sometimes it's a donut, right? Depending on your level design convention.
God. Original Deus Ex, I loved that you could plot how far you were into an environment by when you hit one of those. Half-Life was pretty infamous for using them as well.
Yeah, and you could, some people were envious of survival horror because it's just like the animation of you opening a door could cover some of that time.
Feckin' right. Pre-rendered background. See, we were talking about this earlier, and I don't want to jump ahead too far in the conversation, but one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about this today was also, I personally, when discussing video game horror, I personally consider the Cradle being the start of what I believe to be the new school. Like, where horror wasn't just the backdrop of the environment, it wasn't just the thing you fought against, but it started being about how the world affected you, how the very environments themselves were set up to discombobulate and distort and spook you up sideways. I found that the evolution from, like, the point-and-click horror into Alone in the Dark, into Resident Evil, that would shape so much. Whereas Cradle... look at me, I'm getting all discombobulated with my fan feels. And yeah,
well, no worries. Yeah, it was an argument that you didn't necessarily need cutscenes because they were really popular in horror games. You didn't necessarily need jump scares that always happen the same way, scripted to get right in your face and grab camera control. What we believed was that if you could get the players body into a state of essentially horrific homeostasis. If you could convince them they were really there, that they would scare themselves, and that eventually they become a willing participant, whether they know it or not, in turning those dark corners into a place that something might lurk. And that a lot of that was audio design, a lot of that was negative space. One of the biggest fights internally, and it's weird because the creative director, Randy Smith, at the time, and also the lead level designer on the project, were aligned on the idea that we wanted to have pacing similar to what we thought the best of horror movies were, which were basically that the first half was all anticipation, or even the first 2/3 if you can get it right. But a lot of people at the time were like, wait a minute, whoa, there's no monsters? There's no monsters for like over half? Like that seems like that's a bad video game. Right. And so there was a certain line we had to draw there, and it was, you're right, we were mainly trying to be scarier than Return to the Cathedral, which Randy had done himself in Thief 1.
Yeah.
And where some of these ideas were tested out first. But we also wanted to answer what it seemed like the trend was in horror games, which was a lot of in-your-face monsters and a lot of scripted jump scares. And since the rest of my career has been like, is there anything other than a jump scare we can do? So that when we do pull one, it's sort of, you've spent an hour not being startled, and so that startling is earned.
Hells yeah. God, I was getting flashbacks of things like Parasite Eve and things like that, which primarily lent on the pre-rendered cutscene to evoke the horror.
Reactor online. Sensors
Thank you, Hookshot.
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
All right.
It's been a beautiful 5 months.
It really has, Hookshot. It really has. So, Hookshot, I've got Null on the line who worked on this title. We're trying to... Well, I say we. I'm trying to get to the Cradle level, which is what I want to talk about today. And we are going to be getting into some mischief. So, feckin' yo. Now, I just need to get... so, Snuggly's telling me that I just need to get back to our boy Garrett's apartment, and then I can start skipping ahead again.
Saw something.
Oh my! I see you. Trespasser.
Oh, you don't see diddly. I went the wrong way.
Holy cow, 2 years?
2 years now. Oh, my fucking spleen!
I'll show you, Taffer.
Huh? Oh no. I'm not armed, but I know some people who are.
Alright, bear with me a second, Noel. I was being a bit blasé and got stabbed by a guard. Which entirely deserved it, I might add, because I was being I was being a bad word.
Yeah, right. You have the generosity version of like Man vs. Stream going on with like they're so nice that you get killed.
Yeah. See, Sensual's leaping ahead and saying like PT, for example, most of it is anticipation created by the architecture, like in this simple L corridor. Yeah. It's worth saying, friends, that there were games that had horror thematics at this time. Like, Thief was not the only first-person game to throw in horror elements. But it didn't... A lot of those were just, you are person with gun, shoot people who are not. Look at this squibbly monster. Oh, isn't it scary? Do it to shoot. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it was a real indulgence, honestly, to have such a kind of, I don't know, a layer of curry sauce throughout the Thief series that was horror, because the rest of the game reverses the formula. Like, this was one of the few games where, yes, you were vulnerable, but you spent all of your time in the shadows. You spent all of your time stalking and jumping on the sort of unknowing victim. Yeah. You often were thrust into a kind of voyeuristic role, which was relatively new. Like, all of the richness of the barks of what they would say and idle animations and so on. That wasn't necessary in games where you walked in and just shot everything. Yeah. And then just arbitrarily on every other level or so, or every 3 levels, suddenly it's like, no, everything out there is way worse than you. Sorry? What you've learned means nothing. And I think that still remains controversial. There are people who told me when I interviewed at Valve, that my level was too scary for them, and they quit the game. That's not ideal either. It was the fact that Thief has a hidden horror franchise in it is almost false advertising.
I guess so, but it's a very interesting thing to talk about because, again, it's not something we encounter. It's more common now, certainly, but the idea that you are the thing in the... Okay, that's a crash. That you are the thing in the darkness. You are the thing that stalks your prey. And yes, you are squishy in a straight-up fight, but the idea of being the thing that then spooks people, I think, is pretty feckin' grand.
As I was saying, Ironstorm Austin, the finest tech company of all time, never to be dethroned.
But then throwing the horror element in it, I thought was feckin' genius. Because we saw a little bit of that with, I think it's now referred to as AVP 2000, but where, you know, playing as the alien and things like that, you know, you're squishy compared to, say, the beefy predator or otherwise, but you are the thing to be afraid of.
Yeah, video games are probably best at showing how information itself is probably the most precious resource in any kind of contest, right? So Garrett typically has far more information than his enemies. And in AVP, that franchise, you see that, you know, modeled out with actual intelligent participants on both sides, where the alien is so much of a master of the physical space and turning the physical space and the lack of information into its weapons that it's a physical ability to kill is actually secondary. And I love games that are about that. I think all the immersive sims to an extent teach you that the ability to kind of imagine what the enemy knows and to enact a plan based on what you think the enemy knows and to make sure that they know less over time is really, it remains something that keeps me wanting to make more of this kind of game because a lot of others don't bother.
Also, Snuggly, if you want to give that a try, that would be very welcome. It's one of the things that it's surprising that we don't. No, Tal was pointing out earlier, I'm trying to contain a lot of fan enthusiasm today, especially when it comes to talking about horror, especially the immersive sim sphere that we're slowly seeing something of a return to in varying themes. But the thing that I wanted to touch on before that you were mentioning was about like the empowerment of, like, Garrett has more information than his will soon to be victims. He is definitely the empowered individual in this space, and that makes you feel feckin' strong. And when you flip that on its head, when you mess with a user's sense of empowerment, is when you can create true horror. I'm not saying it's the only trick, but earlier on we were talking about Eternal Darkness, and that does a great job of making you feel familiar and empowered early on, and then using a lot of metafuckery, if you'll forgive the term, to kind of turn the tables. You think you know your strengths and your limitations in that space, and then it says, haha, no. With this one, you are the one who stalks, you are the one who creeps, until you're not.
Yeah, exactly right. And I don't know how much we'll have left by the time we get to the actual level, but the
freaking right.
That's one of the biggest things that we owe to Randy Smith, who his theory of horror was all about boundary setting and then sort of slow erosion or occasionally just having one of those boundaries be pulled out from under you. Where in a lot of horror movies, you have people talking about the forbidden, talking about the sin they won't commit, the betrayal they won't commit, and then of course circumstances force them beyond it. He wanted to make all of that spatial.
Yeah.
And so his levels and certainly the Cradle, like from a high level direction point of view, that was the big thing is, okay, we're going to always have every NPC talking about the place you shouldn't go and warning you against what will happen if you go there, and then slowly tempt you, ideally before the game mandates it, to experiment with those spaces and to essentially volunteer for your own corruption.
Oh, that is a glorious line. It gets you to volunteer for your own corruption. So Martin was saying, and this is an interesting one, that they feel that Bioshock did the opposite in the sense that it starts you out in a strange environment, and as you become stronger the more you get to know of it. That's an interesting thing. If only we knew someone who had danced through those varying games.
On a mechanics front, you're exactly right, yes. I think Bioshock took a big gamble, which was that though the power curve was going to reach a sort of fireworks grand finale of absurdity by the end, that it was going to reveal something to you about the philosophy of the game, about what the game was saying, to start saying the quiet part out loud in such a way that makes you feel disempowered, or at the very least that your fortune has been reversed in terms of games in general. I don't want to spoil, any of the twists in that series, but and granted, at some point we might have disappeared up our own asses in terms of twists and reveals. But the hope was that by the time you start to press the power curve in those games, that we would be asking questions of you that would take the idea of victory conditions and belief and empowerment and pull them outside the frame of the actual gameplay and into your head, with varying success, of course.
Oh yeah, I mean, feck. This is one of those ones where I wish I had more of your time, because getting onto like that same kind of empowerment, environmental storytelling, Fort Frolic, like, dude, we could easily waste a day just breaking that down.
There was a story of many dudes in
it. Actually, when you consider it's as Fort Frolic is broken up into 3 wings, that was 3 dudes.
Yeah, Sandra Cohen's disciples and his very complicated reality show style relationships with them.
Oh god, yeah. But I mean, very, very relevant to this conversation, because again, even with your incredible like arsenal of weapons, magical powers, you could fire bees from your hand. You had hand bees. And yet, Fort Frolic made you feel a little bit small and a little bit underpowered. Also, our wonderful Snuggly Burke is working on just cooking us up a save game so we can leap into the Cradle. Which is good, because it means that I can chat to you before I get spooked by the game.
Yeah, there is some Thief fan in your chat for sure that is watching this like, oh my god, just turn the torch to the right, go climb up over this ledge, and you have already been there.
Matey boy's about to get a knife in the back if he keeps stalking me.
I'm gonna find out what that is.
This is your death.
You can see some of the 3D fetishism at the time. Like all of the UI elements are sort of needlessly 3D. Like we're just these days you would and you've seen it in Dishonored. Like more of a tasteful combo is a lot more common. But at this point it was like, what if our polygons had polygons? Ha! And they cost us.
They did, but again, it's one of the. Oh god, how there's so many of them. It's one of the things that I do want to, I guess, keep hammering home, because we've got a lot of young game creators in here. We've got a lot of like indie devs and things that back in the day, that kind of thing was breaking a lot of ground. Thief was universally praised initially for being a game that made you dispose of bodies, that made you think about.
What's going on over there? That stung.
I'll stab you in the general crotchal region, sir. I'm trying to make a point about the video game history here. You are not helping. Sorry, Null. Where were we? I accidentally stabbed a rat. There's going to be a pile of guards.
Something about the terrible cost of greed.
Okay, there we go. But yeah, you're right. So the amount of like 3D elements in this is things that you'd be able to do with much simpler tricks now. But again, back in the day.
I really hope there's nothing here.
Sir, I am trying to have a conversation.
Nothing. I knew it all along.
That's a very smart thing. I like to think he saw me covered in blood, saw 2 dead guards and went, "Ha! Nothing at all. Gonna walk home." Sorry, Null. The guards interrupting our previous banter.
Yeah, as I say, I can't hear it, so I'm just doing my best to say, "Oh, subtitles, shut up!"
Oh no, it's we haven't hit upon anything, but just all of that lovely immersive sim philosophy doing its immersive best. Although, I mean, I don't know, I never put Thief in the immersive sim category, but I think that's a failing of my own now I stop to think about it.
We absolutely thought of it as one. It was a term that was used extremely often, and was kind of the locus of debate around like how was Thief taking the immersive sim concept and extending it in some way, or carving out a little corner to ourselves.
That's way cool. So the immersive sim philosophy was very much Looking Glass's like overarching for everything, right?
Oh yes, yeah, and just the idea of being willing to simulate something even at a lower fidelity to help the player buy into the total composition.
Okay. Well, here's a slightly fluffier... Well, okay, sorry. Here's a slightly more technical question. So how were some of the elements that you brought that through into something like Thief? Whereas the easy immersive sim elements in, say, like Deus Ex are, you've got emails, you've got video cameras, you've got, bad guys popping out of magical side rooms. Like, the sci-fi future gives a lot more tools to convey to the user that this is a living environment. What were some of the ways that you did that with this, if you don't mind my asking?
Well, people disagree violently on what immersive sim really means anymore.
Oh yeah.
For me, it's a couple of things. The world playing by its own consistent rules, even when that might, work in the player's favor. Setting up a number of tools that follow the rules of physical affordance, so that you can draw conclusions about how they might work just by looking at them. And then specifically, building in a system of often cascading consequence, that every action has some kind of reaction. So you leave a body in the open, somebody is going to freak out and report it to more people. So for example, in this game, we had sophisticated informing behavior. If a crime was reported, particularly a non-combatant would run in search of a combatant. Combatants would look for friends to help do a more exhaustive and complete search more swiftly.
Yeah.
All of that, again, in another game, people would say like, I don't know, that's fine. Just have them shout, right? Or have spawn some guys. But having the one of the AI physically run to get another one from a nearby area if they were alive, that was relatively without precedent. There wasn't a lot of it at the time. And it's just one example of, many cases where we could have done something simpler, like the lockpicking minigame, having you physically kneel down and manipulate 3D lockpicks. That is on the edge of fetishism. But you can see indie games now following that same formula, all the sort of comedy simulators, like the idea being that modeling it all out is worth it. And by the way, most of the time looks like one of the comedy simulators for months and months of development, like just trash, like the lockpicks going through things, one of the lockpicks being missing, the chest opening like right into Garrett's body, all that kind of stuff. That all of that fidelity, it absolutely sort of makes an argument to the player that the world is real, but along the way, it's features you don't add, right? There are things that don't make it in because they'll never make the fidelity requirement.
Half a minute?
No, that's fucking cool. Also, friends, I did want to mention that if any of you have any questions directly for Null, please feel free to ask. Snuggly is doing some speed running nonsense in the background, bless you, to get us over to the Cradle. Okay, so fluffy question from me whilst our lovely viewership is cooking up a few additional ones. So what was, from the production of this, what was something that blindsided you with how much additional work it took? Something you thought, this will be a piece of cake, we'll just throw this in, jobs are good, and then ended up consuming a large amount of time and resources?
Just a a major development challenge.
Yeah, one that caught you off guard, because even though this is the third title, like, a lot of the immersive sims titles threw up some very interesting creative challenges, and I always think those are worth highlighting to show development doesn't always go as planned.
Does the flicker us?
Yes, in fact, when it does, it's almost accidental. Yeah, well, there are climbing claws in this game that allow you to scale vertical walls, and they were supposed to have been a replacement for the far more, I think, mature-minded, physically simulated rope arrows in the previous games.
Okay.
We knew there was going to be wood basically everywhere, and so rope arrows would be a tool by which you could overcome almost every physical challenge that we planned. I think we still probably could have bitten that off. It just would have cost us in other ways. So instead, we did this thing that was like, okay, you look for a certain type of stone texture, and you can climb that using these claws. But as level designers, because we were suddenly dealing with 3D, so the character had to move up that texture and then mantle over the top of all sorts of complex geometry, like those beams that you are looking at or were recently looking at based on stream delay. That's the kind of thing that can block somebody who's trying to mantle over the top if it's not placed just so. And our physical metrics team hadn't built any of that stuff in place prior to the claws being finally implemented to where you could at least test them with going up and down given textures. And that's to say nothing of the visual clarity problem.
Oh, yeah.
This, the city, the famed Peach City, is a brownscape. Yes. there are grays and browns everywhere, and so picking out which of the textures were climbable without going to Mario levels of clarity, which the art team wouldn't have accepted. All of these things basically meant those tools were useless. There are very pre-scripted kind of locations where they work, and as a general tool of exploration, they're about the opposite of the rope arrows. They're a device by which one disappoints oneself with style.
Okay, disappointing oneself with style is another great title. Very quickly, Porky, thank you kindly for 2 months, you ledge. So if I remember, so I found Elizabeth. Now, do I need to do her a murder? I forget. The great thing about these guys not having any armor. Good night!
How could you?
Like this. Look. No, I don't know how much of your time we've got, but I want to make sure that we get the most out of your time. Oh, that was in the back of your head, sir. 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 Okay. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Like, I was just going to show you my sophisticated informing behavior from my time. It was quite...
Yeah, sorry. I was like, oh, can you tell me more about some of the cool systems you put in place? Completely bypasses system with violence. Not saying that was exactly what we mentioned at the beginning with the magic circle.
Yeah.
But...
Ishgilder is standing over your shoulder. Both parts of his braided beard are resting on either side.
You want complex, involved worlds and the right to kill anyone at any point. Alright. Miss Elizabeth, hello.
Do you take me for a fool?
In our pitch for Deus Ex 3, which never went anywhere, our solution to that was that when you killed a major plot NPC, they would become like the Dixie Flats line in the William Gibson novels, and so they would all go into the cyber, and you could still interview them.
Oh, that's freaking grand. Okay, that wasn't how that was meant to go down. But it is interesting. I don't know why I didn't think of this until this point, dear Null, but it was the case of... Sorry. The fact that this series is very much one of those that actively encourages people to be subtle, to be stealthy. and yet with these sections, idiots like me going through with a knife and being like, "Hacha!"
Yeah, and you can't, if your game, part of that immersion and verisimilitude that we're trying so hard to create is, that what if I question has to be answered in a satisfying way. And, if you're saying that the enemies have swords and there's no way to deal with enemies in a lethal way, they're just going to want to use the enemy's swords. And these kinds of arguments are floated pretty early on, quite rightly by QA, and that keeps us honest working on an immersive sim, regardless of what our personal preferences may be. Like Thief definitely looks down its nose a little bit at the lethal path, but we still had to make it not wildly unsatisfying.
Well, it's also something worth discussing. Maybe we don't need to necessarily leap into it here. But it was one of the things that the Magic Circle hit upon very well, is like the artistic, sometimes even poetic ideals of conceptual design versus what happens when you put a user in. That, as you were saying, that taking away the user's sword and forcing them into non-combat, but arming your opponents, the player desperately wants to have that feeling of empowerment as well. I felt the conversations between Ish and the producer / esports lass, who talks very honestly.
Maze Evelyn.
Yes. I thought that was very much the kind of I don't want to say like GDD versus QA, but that's how I chose to interpret it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. One of the things that happens to a lot of young game developers is they watch QA or just somebody whose mind is radically different from theirs play through their content for the first time, and it's like a rite of passage. You might as well be suspending them by their tendons and saying like, okay,
yep,
here comes the sun, because they sit there and you could almost hear them under their breath say, they're playing it wrong, and you've lost. The second that you utter those words, you realize that you are damned.
All right. Actually, the same friend who was the one that informed me about the article about this game was also the one that was a very big proponent of getting game designers to try creating board games, because with a board game there is nothing to facilitate the user. It is just what you write, the rules and systems you come up with, and their enactions of them. So it's like, if you design bad systems and the player has a bad time, you can't blame anyone, it's on you.
Yes, exactly. And another joke that went around throughout the BioShock, and particularly BioShock 2, was the antagonist say, and by the way, I'm very guilty of this once or twice, where the antagonist grabs hold of the player's screen, typically in a Clockwork Oranging, and says, all you know how to do is destroy. And it's like, well, you gave me the tools. What did you expect?
I have 9 different weapons, each of them to a different numerical hotkey. What did you expect of me here?
Yes, exactly. You're basically like a poor gun-handed golem being wheeled around the space on a gurney.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
As I've repeatedly butchered this person's username, thank you kindly for the sub there. Again, friends, if you've got any questions for Null, like, now is the time to ask. I feel bad that we haven't even gotten to the spoops yet. We've been hanging out for 50 minutes. I don't know if Snuggly's managed to cook us a save up, but I will admit the Faffermancy has allowed. Okay, the Faffermancy has allowed us for some lovely conversations. You know what this means?
This might be a part 2. I've got about another half an hour, and then I'm cut off. But if we want to go for round 2, that's possible too.
You know what? No, at very least, like, some of these old industry conversations have been lovely. I'd love to have you back on the show, and I don't think anyone here would be against that.
No, it's a pleasure, and I'm very happy to return with a save game if necessary.
Yeah. Oh, Kandarian says, I'm the kind of person who gets all the cool things and still likes to use the non-lethal version. That's very true. I did think Dishonored actively telling you early on that if you don't kill people, it'll be good. Like, we're not going to make you kill people, but if you don't, something might happen. Big wink to camera. I thought, while it did end up being a little heavy-handed towards the end, I thought that was real good. Like, not attempting to corral the user through, like, reactionary systems, but just narratively being like, maybe don't murder.
Yeah, you can just imagine the conversation with the hypothetical producer, though, where it's like, so this is a game about sneaking and being subtle and not killing and learning and sort of showing your mastery over the space.
Yes.
Yeah. But you would like to build 7 lethal powers for the player to meaningfully opt out of, and thereby express who they are as a person. Just feel it's like their knees start to shake, their hair turns white, they start feeling like their teeth falling out. Like it's like a nightmare for every producer. The
producer being like, so we're gonna go quiet, but I've got here on the task list, landmine that leaps up into the air and spits razor wire that shreds bad guys. And you want production time on this. Oh, also, rats that eat and kill murder. Brilliant.
Yes. And you don't want to script the player's hands down during the meeting with in the one social space of the game? Okay.
You want to let them... all right. So, Snuggly, this is absolutely not on you. This is on Will. But it does mean that we get to have like a two-parter. So we've got Null's lovely company for another 20 minutes. So let's ask questions, let's have banters, and then we get to do the Cradle. Because, I mean, I apologize for my lack of preparation, but if this is an excuse to have you on the show again, I'm kind of all right with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. You know, the first half of the Cradle is all atmosphere and very little gameplay. So, you know, if you want to load it up, it's certainly, there is a natural break point, but if you feel like we don't have enough time or that's too much technical hoopery to deal with on top of streaming, that's fine too.
Someone's out on the street. Those bastards. I'm
right behind you.
Oh, you ain't seeing heck. So we had a couple little questions, although Lil's had a bunch of questions but doesn't know Thief, so they're going to come back to it. Favor wants to ask, I mean, this is more of a fluffy question from good old Bioshock 1, but Favor was asking, where did the "would you kindly" come from? Because that's some cracking metafeckery.
Oh, I think Ken, the lead writer and creative director of that game, was inspired by The Manchurian Candidate and The Conversation and a bunch of other kind of thriller stories that have keywords that are crucial to them. And he'd played lots of shooters, and lots of shooters involve hearing repeated phrases. And again, without spoiling that game more than the question already does, I think that the desire was to express some of that in a way that linked it to genre behavior that had become by then rote in all first-person shooters, really. So I don't know where why those specific words, other than just that they're innocuous. That he didn't say why those appealed the most, but the idea of seeding something throughout a game that has a reveal to sell later, that came straight out of film, which is his background.
Quite cool. Sorry, I'm just sneaking past these mother hubbards, as one is likened to do in Thief. Aha! Purple door. Okay, Stone Market proper. There we go. God, I had one and it just dropped right out of my little head. But I might use it. Oh wow, I have feckle health potions. Good work, Will. Good work. Snuggly says, I have discorded you a save. Lovely. Let's give it a try. But yeah, again, friends, if you have any questions for Null, now is the time. As this has kind of become the the progenitus of a part 2, which is fucking grand. All right. Okay. Bear with me a second. Thief, I'm gonna need you to just off a little bit. Yep. Sorry, the thing that I wanted to talk about was, especially with the magic circle, is like that. The thing you mentioned with Bioshock and the genre tropes and using those, that the magic circle used those simultaneously for great gameplay effect, but also for wonderful narrative, like picking kind of like the archetype of so many generational genres and using those both to tell the story of this rise and fall of a great creative, and also using it for cool video game mechanics. Like, fucking hell. I don't know if there's even a question at the end of that. I'm still impressed with how that game captured so many spaces so well.
Oh, it's tremendously flattering. Thank you. Like I say, I can only ever see the flaws in anything I've ever worked on, and so it's hard. I don't tend to look back, but yeah, we'd lived through a lot of funny bugs and moments that felt almost like the game had come to life and suggested something, and so that idea had been building steam for years, and specifically by the end of the third Bioshock game, the industry was kind of reaching peak self-seriousness. I think the desire to prove the legitimacy of the medium set against film, literature, etc., and the degree of self-importance with which the game's press would talk about games and their thoughts on particularly the Bioshock games. It was just something that we felt like there was a natural satire waiting to happen. There weren't enough games about the process of games, and specifically not necessarily that would just lecture you, although we do absolutely lecture you, but that would let you sort of experience some of the trials and tribulations through mechanics. It just seemed cheeky and fun and like an antidote to everything we've been through after 3 games that were just so brooding and so pointy-headed. And we ended up being pointy-headed in our own way too. Like a lot of the Magic Circle's humor is pretty niche, and I accept that in hindsight. But I don't know. I think we just had to get it out of our systems.
I mean, dude, the fact that the final boss is E3, and that the final act of that game is creating a game yourself with simulated limitations, like, fucking hell. Like, I could wax lyrical on that for hours, and have. Like, I have inflicted upon lovely Mother Hubbards many times.
Yeah, there's a lot of I'm averse to spoilers, but there's a lot of anxiety around the idea that one set of usually white, usually straight, usually male perspectives had shaped the industry leading up till there.
Yeah.
And we were being inspired by other indie games that were sort of stepping into the light at that time. Other voices that the Unity engine, for example, was allowing to be heard in some form at the very least. Lower cost of entry, teams meeting each other in college and actually executing something.
Yeah.
Like, what? Finishing a thing? Because when we were of the same age, it was just mods, and you would put a website up, and everybody would model 6 guns, and that would be it. But basically, wanting to say, look, it's your turn now. Again, without spoiling too much, just like teasing through mechanics what it might be like to make your own thing, but then welcoming the next generation. And I'm still happy about that part of it, even if it might be a little too sentimental. It's something I feel all the time, and I'm inspired by watching games slowly become global, and not just the province of the technical elite.
And it's one of the things that I'm also so enamored with games as a medium for, is its power for empathy. That when you come off the end of the Magic Circle, the narrative doesn't end with video games are hard and you're dumb for thinking that video games are easy. It gives you not only the challenge of creation, but also the empathy of seeing it come together. You, as the user, have to experience the limitations of creation, but also getting to experience the joys of making it. Like, that's... yeah, I will still hold that high and above.
Yeah, although I would slightly bring that down to earth by saying that what we ask you to do is to take an entry-level job and make a pretty damn generic game in order to build the chops so that you can eventually express yourself properly.
Well, true, but tell me that's not fucking games industry as a whole. Like, you know, I did not join the industry to test Jambo Safari on the Wii in German, which will haunt me until I die. You know, I joined the industry because of my love of the medium to, you know, maybe one day be a proper part of it, but... You know, my first industry job was not glamorous by any means.
Yeah, I love the idea of you're like on a terrible bed in a sort of sweat-streaked flop house, and you've got the Apocalypse Now ceiling fan going on, and you're just like, Jambo Safari.
Yeah, every day I sit in here, the bugs list grows larger. So Exo, good day. The lovely disembodied voice you hear is Null, who worked on this game. We had intended to play through and talk about the Cradle. I should have known technical problems would kick my plans in the butt. But we have Null's company for at least another 15 minutes. So if you have any questions, be it pertaining to like immersive sims, questions, other games, anything that's not Blackout Club, we'll be chatting on those. I do want to say also, Null, that Pup Games just put forward that they didn't have a question, but they did want to just say a big thank you for all that you do, yo.
Well, you're quite welcome. We'll keep at it as long as we can.
And Storm was adding that sometimes the lofty philosophical approach can wear thin. That is very true. That is very true. And Steel Fox, the game that we were just chatting about is called The Magic Circle. And if... You should play it. I'll say no more. Pup's like, love you, girl! The crowd at the front goes wild. So Storms puts forward a good little question. What is one of your favourite levels that was clearly inspired by the Cradle? Because someone mentioned the hotel from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I genuinely think that the Dunwich building in Fallout 3 took a whole big old scoop of the Cradle.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I would reference too. I mean, there have been a lot of Two Worlds games since, but I think they were as influenced by Silent Hill as anything in the Cradle.
It used to be an insane
Thief
asylum, and before
was
that,
niche,
it was
and then the Cradle was late
One
in
night a
Thief.
fire
So
started.
I think
No
it
one knows
was
how.
formative for
And after that,
particular
they
kind
left
of
the place
class
abandoned.
of game designer.
If there's a way to
And
create
Mike have
more misery in
made a
one
few waves
building's
with those
history,
folks, but ultimately I
can't
don't think
think
there were that many
Yeah.
games that were
I'm
directly
here to learn
inspired
about
by
the
it.
old woman
It's
who
more the
attacked
kind of
me
thing
in the
that's talked
keeper
about by
compound.
critics.
Yeah.
Trump said he saw the hag here at the
But yeah,
orphanage long
I
ago. When his
the Fallout nod felt pretty real. We did play when it came out the hotel in Vampire, and I have a huge affection for that game generally, and I was very critical of horror in games at the time, and so when people were like, "Oh, dude, they clearly are psyched about the Cradle," it's just like that. I'd play and be like, "What?" Like, no. But as time has gone on, I've learned to appreciate it for the things that it does that the Cradle doesn't, and that's the lens through which I view a lot of horror now as like, please just show me something new, right?
Yeah. I mean, not to toot a project I've been involved with, but that's one of the reasons why I've been so obsessed with the DreadX collection, is because they just do quick fire, fresh horror concepts. But we don't need to talk about Will. So Storms, that was a great question. Lils was asking as a random question, of all the games that you've worked on, Null, which was the one that most influenced you personally? Either like as a nostalgic memory, like growth of creative, lessons learned, etc.
Most influence on me personally. It's the answer will seem obvious and looms large, but I would say probably the Blackout Club, because I've met people I would never otherwise meet, even people who don't necessarily know they're meeting me is the weird part about that game. And we sort of broke through what people think of. Hello, dog. Think of games as doing.
I just
and I've
opened
always wanted to do that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that, and that was a lovely sentiment. It was just I opened the door to the basement. We've made it into the cradle, and then River's like, bark, 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 bark. Nearly peed myself there.
That's okay.
Sorry.
You need that.
Sorry, Null, you were saying.
No, listen. This is that dog's stream. We are the guests.
You make an excellent point.
But you know, I have sacrificed untold parts of me to that game. I can't really describe it at length other than to say that I've never tried harder to make a thing sing than that, and that includes the games that I've directed and stayed up all night on, like the BioShock 2. A lot of the worst decisions I've ever made in my life were trying to solve everything with sleep deprivation, and eventually through like having a great leads group and so on, we made a pretty good game with that. But there are games that I've like spent more hours on, probably, maybe, or more daytime hours anyway. But the Blackout Club is like, there is no way I could ever forget it, and I am living it as we speak.
Indeed. And like when the Blackout Club is concluded in whichever manner, whenever that happens, we are having a beverage of some description and talking about it, because I want to know all the back stuff when it's done. Not yet.
That'll be therapeutic. You can talk to the puddle of liquid man that I will become.
Also, dear friends, if you take one other thing from that little story, obliterating yourself with sleep deprivation doesn't actually make a video game better.
It doesn't. Your actual productivity and actual IQ have been proven to plummet. It's a myth, and it's because it's the only resource you think you have. And for a little while, you can absolutely like, oh, I stayed up late and made this thing work, and I'm proud of that. But if it becomes habitual, then you set a standard for the rest of your life you won't be able to meet as you start to get more of one.
Oh God, indeed. I mean, I still remember feeling like I had to push myself. I had to be there till midnight and then back in the office at 9 every day. I still remember that feeling, and ultimately, not only did it not improve my productivity, it turned me into an ass. Like, I was real grumpy at people. Because it turns out being sleep deprived makes you grumpy. Who knew?
Yeah, I have a note on that front, which is like some article went around, like I want to say it's almost a year ago now because pandemic time, but it was basically an expose from somebody who claimed to have worked on BioShock 2, and they were like, I would leave at 2 p.m. And then come back to the office disheveled, having done shrooms and to become inspired, and was basically going mad. And it's like, no, dude, I had been up all night and I went to go get some Taco Bell food and nap in my car because that was the only sleep for the last 48 hours that occurred. Like, it was so much lamer than you think.
Right? And whereas, I mean, I'll assume that person was probably a little lower down the command structure, because I do remember as a green bean looking at some like the lead creators on some projects and being like, "God, they come in at 10 whenever they feel like it, and then they go for long lunches." Not realizing that they were crunching overtime without telling anybody.
Oh yeah, and listen, there are plenty of things to critique about that, or any AAA game I've worked on, or indie for that matter. Like the degree to which people are willing to sacrifice themselves for this industry, and the degree to which you cannot predict how long a given task will take, because you're trying to simulate a subset of reality and then warp it. And people are just wrong, like patently wrong about how long that takes. you're going to have major flaws of policy and process, and from especially I think the QA rank, it can look like a kind of clown show.
Oh yes.
So I didn't resent the person. I was just like, oh my god, you thought I was way more interesting than I was, bro.
Oh lordy lordy, it is actually, and I'm glad you did mention from the indie standpoint, because it is very seductive to destroy yourself in the process of creation, and it doesn't always result in a good final outcome. I know, and this is also the other thing, is that as we are sharing stories, I'm massively hypocritical, because even now I will find myself still working till the wee hours to get things done, with that feeling of like, well, if I don't do it, it doesn't happen, whilst simultaneously telling people, no, don't do that. Like, the hypocrisy is real on my point.
Yeah, I think the martyr instinct is particularly strong in young people, and it would have been weaponized thousands of years ago for very different purposes. But that idea that you've found a cause that's greater than yourself, you may or may not be a person who's entirely secular and thus even more starved for the idea of something greater. And corporations say, oh, boy, do I have a job for you. It never ends. It is bottomless. I'm going to turn you into money, and in the meanwhile, I'll be telling you that you're an artist. Go, and that can absolutely grind you down. But I think qualified therapists would also say that there's a certain self-hatred that can build up in people, and they look for different. They know that it's uncomfortable to live that way. They know that to punish yourself with lack of sleep for not getting things done because of attention issues or whatever your particular neurodivergence du jour might be. I think there's a backlash. There's a tendency to be a little bit masochistic in all of it, in the hopes of better behavior in the future. But it doesn't work. No. Your judgment decays, and you end up a professional martyr.
I do want to add that it's also worth saying that a larger portion of this industry is populated by people who are incredibly passionate about the medium, which, yes, that is why a lot of the bad work habits and bad sleep habits persist. But it does also mean that, unlike other creative industries that I've worked in, like, everybody does feel like they're in it together for both the betterment and detriment of those behaviors. Like, it does feel like you are a group working to bring something forward. So I managed to get into the Cradle. And I'm now asking you very, very long-winded questions to stall going in, because the ambient, the ambient audio is kicking in just as, unfortunately, we're losing your good self. So if you have any quick-fire questions, you've got maybe a minute or two before we have to say goodbye to Null. But I do want to say, while I apologize again for the technical issues we've had today, I love this as an excuse to have you back on the show. This has been so fun to talk about.
No worries. It's this, as I said before, people who know about any of this are a particular demographic, and the chance to occasionally chat with them is like a kind of family reunion that is not bound by time or space.
Very cool. The quick fires are: Storms says, "Tell Null to get some proper sleep for all of us. I have no power here." Pop's asking, Null, favorite kind of cake?
Ice cream cake.
Nice. M11 just wanted to say thank you. In fact, Martin's quickfire. Favorite thing out of Bioshock 2?
Favorite thing?
Yeah, that's not a quickfire question, is it? That's a whole heap of question.
Yeah, I think probably the moment where you experience the entire world from the perspective of another character who has a very different take on all of it, because that's the thing that I just can't give up in any of my work, and that's as spoiler as I'll get on that.
Sensual was just saying thank you. Heck, there's a whole bunch of thank yous here. So I know, sadly, you've got to make a move. Otherwise, I would continue talking your ear off, good friend. So,
I do. Have fun, and we can go for round two. Like maybe having played through a little bit of it without having to also conduct an interview at the same time. We'll leave you with some cool questions for next time. But yeah, let me know.
I'd really like that. I'd really like that. I will blep you on the Twitters, and we will lock in another time to have you on the show. Right. So just again, thank you so much, dude.
Likewise, and thank you for all the kind words, folks.
Thank you for messing with us in the Blackout Club. All right, go do your thing.
Bye.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Let's just make sure I've not got a million Discord things open. Okay. So, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals, I think we should continue with this level. I think I'm going to turn some lights off. I might get some water or something, and let's do the Cradle. We don't have to do the whole level today, and I am going to extend an invite to Null to come back and chat about this some more. If you've only just joined us, this level, oh boy, this level is one of the progenitors of horror. Of modern horror in video games. And the thing that was messing me up, the reason why I went down to the basement and went, nope, was I read the little note, and I realized that what they've done with the ambient sound design in the basement, it takes about 15 seconds for the ambient audio to slowly swell in. So it doesn't just immediately hit you as you go down to the basement, and I'm like, oh, this is dangerous. And see, Faber6 is saying, who once managed to force a friend to play Amnesia Dark Descent with surround on? I can tell you, well, okay, there is no way that Amnesia was not influenced by the level we're about to leap on. Once again, actually, let me leap around between different... I'm going to post the article in chat, because I tell you what, I'm going to leave you with the spoopy noises of the Cradle. I'm going to go get myself some water, and then let's just feckin' dive into this. The link that I've dropped in chat, that was the article that launched 1,000 horror games. Kieran Gillen, who's now known as a comics writer, works on Marvel and Star Wars, and did The Wicked and the Divine, which is like my favorite comic of all time. Interviewed Null, who we just spoke with, about this level and the depth and deconstruction they go to as to how brilliant this is. Like, oh boy! And Kandarian, that is lovely of you to ask. Sadly, I stream too long, so I tend to go for like 6 or 7 hours a day, and people drop off throughout the day. But I mean, Kandarian, I get to do this full time, so I am not whinging. The only reason I want the purple tick is just better transcodes for people like in low internet areas, but that's not a story. Earl says, quick note, it looks like we're still listed as just chatting. Oh. Well, let's change that up. Probably have a bunch of people. Sorry, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get some water. Let's put some smooth jams on. So everyone doesn't get too spooked. And then let's go from there. Let's fucking go from there. How does that sound? How does that sound? All right. Oh, okay, okay. Break time, water, Thief Deadly Shadows. I'm in danger. Alright, don't go anywhere. That's official. Don't go anywhere, don't do anything interesting. Promise? I'm gonna take that as an official promise. I'm not stalling! I'm not stalling! Does it look like I'm stalling playing this? I'm not stalling!
Stop that incessant clicking. Stop that incessant clicking. Stop that incessant clicking. Stop that incessant clicking. Stop that incessant clicking.
What I meant to say was feckin' terrorists. Farbles, thank you for the 100 bits. I was thanking whoever the anonymous Mother Hubbard was for gifting you all subs and admonishing. I said don't do interesting things. That's very interesting. All right. I've turned some of the lights off. Let's turn. There we go. Okay. So, oh, and I guess you're doing a train now. Feck it. Sorry, I don't want to seem ungrateful. Thank you all for the train, and we are going to be jumping into the cradle in just a second. Feckin' yo. But again, yeah, Wolfraid, thank you kindly. You've already beasted level 1. Just screaming past. And the smallest burb, thank you as well.
Welcome to Juggle Club where a Viking_blonde can talk.
Sadlin's being mean to me! Sadlin, thank you kindly, friend. Oh, feckin' hell. So yeah, friends, I hope I didn't fan out too hard with Null. Like, the immersive sim games have been a big part of my growing up.
You said Bell.
Choo choo.
Are you listening to me?
There's no beef in here.
Favor 6, you terror. So actually, Snuggly, you'd probably be able to help with this question because it's been a long time since I played through. Katros was asking, how long does it take to reach the cradle if you played it by oneself? Because reading the first page of the article really made me want to read it for myself. God, I don't remember how long it took me to play through Thief 3 originally. Like, God, there's so Because I remember Thief 1 took me so long to play through because the amount of time I had to spend learning how to not just be a gun-ho idiot. God. Thief Deadly Shadows probably took me at least I mean, it took me about a week or so, but that was a week of, like, intense play, and it was a long time ago. Hey, Cryosticks. You just missed Null from Question talking horror games. We're going to be playing the Cradle in just a second. Once you lot are all trained up.
Jet, do you know that there are 3 things that I
well, hopefully at very least you had a good day, friend. I'm sorry you missed it. It was glorious. But Null has agreed to come back on the show another time. Because we had a few technical issues getting to the Cradle. So Snuggly's saying, so this is the 3rd last level. It's 11 or so, not including city sections. I'd say you should budget for a good hour at least per level the first go. So mussing through it, probably take about 12 to 13 hours to get to this point. It's actually one of the reasons why we haven't done this yet was because I realized I was going to have to play through all of Thief. And DX Man, good on you, good on you. Yeah, Snuggly's saying, realistically, it's like 15 to 18 hours to get to the Cradle. Oh, we're going to do some old school spoops. Though, we do have an option, dear friends. We haven't done this in a while, and this is entirely up to the crew. And I don't want to say this whilst we're doing a hype train, because I don't want to seem like I am fishing for anything, you lovely Mother Hubbards. But if you would like scary alerts whilst going through this, I'm down for that. To Storm's... to Storm Solder, the Gundam store in Seattle is incredible. And, like, obviously I'm limiting, like, trips out and things like that for safety reasons at the moment, like everybody, but, like, when the world opens up again, I dread to... Bear toast!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Probably a good idea. It's been a hot minute.
Feckin' hasn't it? Naboo Head said, what's the Cradle? Okay, so Naboo Head, that is our goal today is what we are jumping into. Also, 69% on the train. Nice. The Cradle is one of the levels in Thief 3 Deadly Shadows. And it is one of the progenitors of modern horror. It is a level in a game that inspired so many great video games and great concepts. And it's something I've wanted to show to you all for a while. And Null, who works on the Blackout Club, was one of the creators of this game. Also, friends, thank you for that teeny tiny train, you feckin' legends. So we're going to be going into this level in just a second. It took us a while to get through some technical hurdles, and then Snuggly managed to get us a save of that section. So I think that's going to be ready to roll. So yeah, Naboo Head, I hope you're doing well. I'm going to do a quick poll to see whether or not we want to do spoops, because we have the choice. All right. Spooky alerts being like, basically, y'all can yote stuff at my dumb self, and it depending on the level of effect depends on how much it will hit me like a fruit train. And we'll leave that for 3 minutes. It gives me a chance to have a little breathe before we get into it. So smooth jams. So the poll is up. And let us go over to here. So Storm Sorter, I'd recommend. There's a Gundam company called New Type, who I order from because they're real good in terms of delivery, and they've been actively raising money for a lot of great charities this year. So I've been sending my custom their way, and there's for panel lining. What I do is I do the ink dropper when they're on the sprue, and then when I clip them off, I use the ink removal pens you can get and cotton buds and clean it up, and it's so easy, and the panel lining comes out super nice. Because it doesn't matter if you make a mess with the ink, you just clean it up after. Kandarian says I'm torn because spoops are fun, but I'd like to talk about it as well. Hey, it is up for you lot to vote for. I realised we haven't done spoops in a while, and this is... Okay. Snuggly was adding that if we could avoid spoopy alerts in. Hey, that is entirely fine. That is entirely fine. So let's get back into it. I'm sorry you missed some of the chat. Firstly, Watto, it's lovely to see you. Central Education says, can we mention right away that naming it the Cradle is great? I mean, the mission's called Robbing the Cradle, which made me smile. And it's a psychiatric ward called Shanebridge Cradle. I can't remember. So, down to the morgue, up to the nursery. Kandarian's like, wait, Null's lead writer for the Blackout Club. Uh-huh. Well, you thought I was going to have some soft goats? Yo! Whoever that was that used the Humble Bundle link, feckin' thank you. Okay, so yeah, I think the crew has voted no spooky alerts. I'm okay with that. Okay, so objective, search for more information about the hag who attacked you. Steal at least 30% of the loot. So let's get in there. Oh yeah, and Yo! Whoever picked up first a bunch of Capcom comics, then the Kodansha Horror Bundle, which has some really messed up stories in it. Okay. So here we go. Now, I'm gonna turn up the in-game a little bit more because the ambient's important, but let me know if it gets too much. Now, it was as we were chatting earlier, I came on in here, and I don't think I get gamma settings, so I'm going to try and show you all as best I can, but it's going to be dark. Found a nice little note that just says, it was better before. There are too many rules to remember. Don't go there, don't touch that, don't talk to the patients. The doctors are just as scary as the patients now. Miss Arthur says orphans shouldn't complain. It's like, alright. So, feckin' yo. Oh, and Storm Sorter, on the standing... my advice, just get one of the multi-packs, because you never know which one you're going to need the most of. Can sneak up here. So notice we've only been in here for, like, 10 or 15 seconds. And it hasn't begun with the... It hasn't begun with the spoopy ambient noise. It's letting us kind of find our... I don't want to say find our feet, so to speak, but... It's... See? There we go. Aperture. Goody. Oh. Fucking. Oh, fuck! Such a prick. Such an asshole.
Are you scared? Are you scared?
You need to feed the nuggets.
No, I don't.
You do.
No, I don't. Watch out.
I will not you.
Also, hi guys. Spoopy V. Ah!
So,
Hey.
this is the Cradle. We had technical problems, so we've only just gotten in game. We had Null on, we were talking video gamey stuff, it was cool. Now
Thank you, Castoras.
Now we are creeping around an asylum of sorts, known as the Shaywall Cradle. Stop being a dickhole.
Itsy bitsy spider.
What horror game are you playing later?
I don't know yet. I'm letting the world choose. This is going to be bad.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Do you like special soda?
Oh, it's these ones are. Sorry, I got one of these. These are really expensive in the UK, so over here they're like 80 cents, and I'm like, feckin' what? I know the ridiculousness of that.
Also, not to what I was referring.
Oh.
Orange juice and seltzer. My dad called it special soda.
Oh.
Special soda.
So Fearless says hi.
Hi, Fearless.
Alice like Lecter and Fee. We're going into the unknown. No.
Into the unknown.
Into the unknown.
What point can I start drinking today?
You've got a beverage.
Storms is like, you brought this on yourself.
Yep.
Thanks. It's fine.
Today's spooky lights will be paid by Fee.
Feckin' terrors, a lot of them. Thank you.
I'm gonna pay for it later.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. So like, you hear that banging. We know it's coming from in here. What's causing it? We don't know. New note. Oh, let's check our note. You heard a strange knocking sound coming from the attic. Oh, good. Hang on, if I got... I can't remember if I need, like, I can't remember if water arrows work like holy water in this. Alright, got a fuse for the generator. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Where were we? So. God, we are just faffing around the early bits of this. Cool. It's unsettling.
She looks familiar. It's that keeper translator girl. But that can't be. This portrait must be as old as the building.
Oh.
I can hear you breathing. Nobody here in the cradle does that anymore. How did you get in? My name is Laurel. Something changed when you saw my picture. That's why you can hear me now. I want to leave here, but I can't. The cradle won't let any of us go. Will you help me? They filled up a bottle with my blood. It's down in the storm cellar. It's very dark down there. Please find the bottle and drop it into a drain pipe so it will end up outside. It's important.
Oh, Snuggly, I did not know that. This was the voice of that character was done by the same person that did Shodan, who I have still the weirdest crush on. Don't ask me to explain that one. Oh look, spooky dead girl as a spooky dead child. Wonderful, brilliant. Moss, fire, gas, noisemaker. None of these work on ghosts. Okay. Down we go! So we can find the generator. Yeah, let's just hang around and listen to the disembodied voice for Dead Child. Brilliant, great! Okay, so that's the way we came up. This area is now open. What's this way? Oh, down into the lobby. Oh, good. Oh, good. Huh. Snugly, I didn't know that. So Snugly's saying Terry was the lead program writer in all 3 games and did the voice of Victoria in 1 and 2. I didn't know that. Such a bellend. And I guess, so the things that I'm trying to talk about whilst we're doing this, and I'm absolutely failing because this is some pants-wetting nonsense. A lot of the pacing that we're experiencing here is very much from... This was breaking new ground. Shit, I don't think the lobby's where I want to be. This was very much breaking new ground. Like, Thief already had the kind of the... Explore it to your heart's content, get into mischief. Oh. Get into mischief angle. And a lot of the ambient horror elements that we're experiencing now, like... They broke a lot of ground with this. I'm sorry, I've said it like 3 times now. I'm so sorry. It's fucking terrifying to be back here. It's been so long since I played this. I know it's going to shit me up. I just can't remember when. So, Salem, I apologize I did not answer your question at all there. Dear Dr. Ranker, we all agree that lobotomizing several of the most violent cases may solve our uprising problem. Your silver surgical kit is already in the lobotomy theater. Awaiting your arrival. Several of the other physicians will be observing today so that we can increase the number of procedures performed in the very near future. As you suggested, sometimes more can be learnt from a surgery performed incorrectly, so we'll keep the training to a minimum. I had a chance to look over your surgical kit. Custom made, huh? Must be quite valuable. Don't let the patients know it's silver. It'll sure go missing. Oh, Sensual and Burrix has turned off. I have turned off the lights. Like, I've got spotlight on me there, but it's dark in here. There we go. It's dark in here. I don't like it. Okay.
That didn't work. Maybe there's a fuse box in the basement.
Oh, goody. Portcullis can only be opened when power is restored. Oh. ancient gross apple. I don't want to have my picture painted, but I was too scared to say no. Guess I did it. Right, because he said I sat good and still. Oh, cool. This is the child's room. They're dead now. Oh, good. Alright, I'm just getting familiar. Feckin'. Friends, I don't know if the ambient audio is coming clearly across, but it's like, feckin' yo. I think the only problem with the way we're doing today's show is that it's not visible how... The Thief series always had a little bit of that gothic horror kind of like lurking in its back pocket. And this is when it goes from being... Okay, there we go. Always be careful and ladders on video games. The Thief series has always danced around kind of like the dark gothic, even with its whole like steampunk aesthetic. Well, not steampunk, you know what I mean. It's not quite Magitech, it's not quite... Oh. Get myself turned around here. Just gotta go even further down. Oh, good. Well, see, Snuggly, I'd followed Terry after finding out they were still, like, in industry or industry adjacent, but I just didn't realise. I feel really bad about that, because, like, their performance as Shodan in the original, in System Shock 2 is feckin' incredible. But understanding how they came to be involved in that project is feckin' rad. And how their husband, as sound designer extraordinaire, had a huge influence on how well it came out. Oh, cool. Water. What's this? Here when things are getting close. Case number 7. C-Pins patient history. Admitted to hospital for observation and treatment by family. Completely unresponsive to questions or presence of others. Due to her sensitive age. Recommend she be placed under Dr. Sandbridge's expert care. Oh, Snuggly, that's way cool. Snuggly just saying that Terry follows him on Twitter. That's way cool. Entry 2. Told the family today that the subject will never be well enough to return home. As proved, I showed them her cell, which of course is grotesquely outfitted in the same way as the murder scene. I believe in some level they were related. Entry 3. The board decided to allow her continued visits to the balcony with her birdhouse. Oh, good. Oh, good. Alright, let's make it worse. Oh. Feck. I forget how we... Oh. That was the dead one. Oh, good. The lights are on. I'm sure that's not going to make things worse in the slightest. Of course, and the irony being that the lights on makes the situation worse for us. We hide in the darkness. That's where we thrive. Switching on the lights makes our life a lot harder.
This one must be hers. It's still warm. Great.
I am failing about talking about this game because I forgot how fucking atmospheric this is. Oh. Snuggly's like, you should see the fucking grin on me. Oh, you just... Oh, and to Austin Line, Watto and welcome. Keesa's like, take your time, don't forget to breathe. I promise nothing. Oh, cool. Anyone else hear a crying ghost baby?
That's the cage where they used to put the new patients until a cell opened up. You should stay out of there, or the Cradle might see you and try to keep you here forever.
Alright, I'm just going to do a quick save. Create new save. I can't remember what happens in there. So to Austin, Watto. This is Thief 4. Thief 4. This is not Thief 4. This is Thief 3 Deadly Shadows. But specifically, this is the level robbing the Cradle. Today we had one of the individuals that worked on this. Null joined us to talk about this level and its influence, and sadly, due to technical issues, we ended up just talking about game dev stories in general, which was still lovely. Now we're playing through it, and I've forgotten how tense this gets. The reason why we're playing this level is that this is arguably one of the progenitors of modern horror. From this, so many people took influence, and there are so many parts of gaming that would be very different if this... Someone would have hit upon the same beats, the same understanding of how to do horror in games, but the Cradle broke ground. And so we're experiencing it all together. And I am... It's been a long time since I've played this. Alright. I couldn't remember if anything happened when we jumped in there, which is why I saved. Okay, okay. Yeah, Snuggly, this whole place is very not okay. Oh, yeah, and it sent you... That line of the Cradle may see you, implying that the very space you're in has this sentience kind of feckery. Austin Lai, I know what you mean. I do enjoy horror games, but most of the time it's just because I enjoy the ways in which they make us feel things, and I believe the drain pipe is in the area just above. Also stealing some stuff. We still got to get paid, friends. Like, we may be here to do some... We may be here to get spooked, but that doesn't mean we can't make a quick buck. Alright, definitely wasn't that one. Alright. Oh, wait, no, this was the fuse area. Sorry, there's going to be a little bit of backtracking. The reason why I wanted to get into this one is it's something special in a game that otherwise has you being the thing that everyone else is afraid of. You know, you are the thief, the assassin in the darkness. And this level turns it on its feckin' head. Oh, would you look at that?
It won't open. That's not a good sign.
No, it's not a good sign! Fucking dingus. Let's see if we can... See if we can find that feckin' drain. Now, one of the things that is worth mentioning that Null touched on a little earlier was that this did come from a time in PC gaming where, like, action and excitement was a big selling point, and that the idea of having a large swath of this whole level be not a lot happens was very... There we go.
That's good. The bottle is outside now, where the cradle can't see it. I have to get rid of all my things. The cradle uses them to remember me. That's how it keeps me here.
Oh, good.
There's a ward here called Whitehall, where they kept the very bad patients. One of them took my nightgown back to his cell. It's still there. Please get my nightgown and then burn it up in the morgue.
Yep. Oh. As Snuggly said, yeah, just because you're in a terrified, haunted asylum. Feck!
Something that I always find to be a fascinating angle when looking at groundbreaking games/levels like this. What was different? What was the inspiration? How did the devs of this level come up with these ideas and setups when they did?
When they didn't have robbing the cradle to look for inspiration. If so many things draw lines back to this, where does this draw from? Well, one of the things that Null mentioned earlier today is that this harkened back to one of the earlier Thief levels that kind of danced around with horror. Actually see our way around up here now. But then everything can see us, which is bad. Yeah, Null was saying that they danced with kind of gothic horror ideas earlier. Heat therapy to Amelia Dampris, the hyper-emotive patients. Patients who have lost touch with reality often have marked dampness to their extremities, clamminess of the hand, sweatiness of the foot. These symptoms are a result of excessive emotional humours that are trapped within the individual due to a bile deficiency. That's just science! Though electrical regimes are often used with this type of patient, I have also had great success with the application of heat. The heat must be of a dry variety, as hot water submersion only exacerbates the symptoms. By increasing emotive humours, the hot elements must be laid directly on the skin to draw away the excess of moisture. That's horrifying. But yeah, I just wanted to jump back to the point that Snuggy was making. This is the first time that Garrett has ever been scared in-game as a character. And that Essential was pointing out that the structure and building is spoken about to have this cognitive capabilities, despite no explanation as to how. It's something we talked about a lot when we experienced Death Stranding. That Death Stranding doesn't tell you why. It explains the context. It explains what could happen, but it does not explain why it is happening. And this does it feckin' great. Wolf was adding that the thing they've loved about the Thief games is they only pretend to be about stealing stuff and then throw in other elements when you least expect it. Feckin' yeah. A Porky the Vampire with, ah yes, humours, the true science. Feckin' hell. Oh yeah, and Jay Etchmeyer, I'm going to try that. We're just adding that Return to the Cathedral is the major template, and then all the effective scary things in, well, a lot of horror films tracing back to how this was doing it. Catro says the show don't tell, basically. Essentially, yeah. Like, that little girl talking to us with a level of clarity which suggests
Captain on the bridge.
Oh, this is a spooky game.
Said a pan, you scared the pee out of me a little bit there. Thankfully, I have an excess of pee today. So this isn't just a spoopy game. This is an exemplary point of spoopiness. Navalis, I am sorry you missed the chat with Null, but one of the things that came from our conversation today was that Null's going to join us for another session at some point. How you doing, spoopy girl? You want to chat to us some more? No? Okay. I'm not stalling. You're stalling. Shut up. Obsidipan, sorry, I did want to say another additionally huge thank you, because that's 14 months and a tier 3. That's not just a little bit of a lot. That's a lot of a lot. Hang on. I'm going to turn one of these on, because it's... Oh, no, see, it's real hard to see with the lights. Apologies then for the low frame rate on me. My camera is grumbling because it's a bit low light in here. And I'm freaking out. So how are you? Alright, there's no more stalling to be done here, unfortunately. We've got to go into the main. Oh, that's another good point. J.H. Meyer was just adding that Null had also said that the book House of Leaves was an important flavouring for the unfolding narrative here. That is a very good point. Now, I'm obsessed with non-standard narrative books, so like House of Leaves, L, aka the Ship of Theseus, even despite my fear and dislike of sharks, The Shark Diaries. Lobby. Still locked. Still locked and a little smoky. Not good. Stokely's also adding that the Kieran interview does go over some specific inspirations. Oh, absolutely. Like, friends, I have realised the hubris of my idea today to try and play this at the same time as talking about it. And yeah, that was an arrogant idea on my part. But I will say that Kieran's article is still online. I've got a link to it over here, so I'm going to use this as a teeny tiny breather, because I love just linking to it. Like, Snuggy says, mechanic you might have forgot about, R to flatten against walls. Hey, Tasty Watto! You're right, I absolutely did feckin' forget about that. There we go. Gives me an extra little bit of hide. Just gonna do another quick cheeky save. Absidipan says, I knew... yeah, it's certainly something. Staff tower? Yeah, no. Let's go check on the staff first.
That's the staff tower. Nobody is allowed up there.
Psh. I ain't nobody, little girl. And I'm here to steal stuff. It is interesting how many of the old flavors still shines. Oh, okay, you're right. I am not going up there because it is barred off. Cool. And Catros, it's a good point. You're right. It was best that we chatted to Null outside of playing this. Like, you are right. You're not my supervisor! We've got to go into here, and I don't want to. Exercise yard. Alright, slow and low. Slow and low. Yeah, the hall used to be a loading gate, so sneaky upgrade for the win. Oh yeah. It's also worth saying that aside from the little girl, like, we've not encountered any guards, any monsters, anything. It was very uncommon for titles to pull this stunt on us. Yeah, as Snuggly was saying, first part, nothing. Oh, nothing in the fireplace. Anyone else hear a ticking? Oh, you're right, there is a ladder directly ahead of me. Oh, good. Okay. So Tasty, how are you doing? Catchall says, even now there's not many games who would try this and not come across as a big old bag of nothing happened. I mean, it's a good point. There have been a few games that have used the threat of horror to create different kinds of experiences. But having this much of nothing happening... Now, again, I think Snuggly said this is level 11. We have gone through heist after heist. Sneaking past guards, stealing stuff left, right, and center. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, Gandarian's like, not gonna lie, might have to put the stream on audio only. I'm not good with horror games. I mean, you're fine. You get to watch me going through it. Keys saying the sound design, the art direction, it's what sets the mood. And the thing we were saying earlier is like, there's so many other titles that have tried to do things like the Cradle that didn't manage to succeed because they didn't pay attention to things like audio design. God, I am not doing a good thing. And Kisa, you can absolutely do horror without jump scares. Jump scares are something that we kind of has definitely been overused on the indie scene. I won't disagree with that. But the thing is, jump scary games, they can hit you in the moment, certainly, but they leave no lasting impression. Like, they leave no shock and awe. Catra says Amnesia, the unlit staircase one, did pull that off in more recent times. Oh, hells yeah. And the other thing to remember, friends, is we're not... Video games is an either... How to phrase it? I don't want to say evolving medium, because that's an incredibly wanky way of phrasing it, but especially when it comes to horror in games, we are learning from one another. Like... PT wasn't crafted in a vacuum. It absolutely took inspiration from so many different kinds of games, so many different places. I mean, Dead Space is not the most terrifying video game ever created, but it was a great commercial success that demonstrated the power of sound design and how much effect it can have. And Aldous, I disagree with that statement, but not because I think... So what Aldous was saying is there's no right answer to how you make a game. Oh! Fuck! Piss the bed! Oh, that fucked me up. Oh, fuck a doodle doo. Oh, fucking what? Oh. All right, Clank, you get it. I want this subtitled as distressed dabbing. Hoppachaw! Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna back out and run off. Oh no, that was some proper brown trousers moment. Also, that wasn't a jump scare. That creature was there if I'd been paying attention. Alright. Oh, and breathe. Seems to be one of the patients. So we're gonna back the heck up. Boy, sure do love that clicking noise. Alright, we'll take the ladder up. Candaria's like, didn't all those feckers die a long time ago? Well, I think the thing we're meant to be taking into consideration is the power has brought them up. Okay, okay. Okay. And Snuggly, I wish we hadn't managed to demonstrate that so successfully if there are no jump scares except for what you make. The information is all available. Now, I don't even remember how we can stop these peeps. Because it's not by... I can't remember if it's water arrows that puts them down. It might be. Oh, this is the balcony they were talking about earlier. Snuggy says they work on standard vampire rules, oddly. Okay. So, arrow to the heart and all that. Oh, that fake up. Yeah, and as Ark's saying, the Cradle never died. It's just been asleep. Oh, we're going to go back down there. In today's episode of Garrett Does Not Get Paid Enough, this place. There's no way to get out from the balcony, I believe. Video games! Alright. So it's holy water, then water arrows, right, to handle them, if I remember rightly. Okay. We're good, we're good. It glitched out a little bit there. Alright. Fire a broadhead arrow, that'll fix them. Alright. Yeah, graphite. Garrett does only get paid by how much he steals. Alright. But it does mean that feckin' bad word's still around here. Stick to the shadows. Nice and calm. TSCTH what, ho friend? Welcome to the Cradle. So I tell you what, friends, we'll play this, and then let's have a chat about horror and games, because I do want to talk about all of this. You all are making so many good little things, and I want to go into all of them and have a chat. Like, Alnus, I hope you didn't think I was picking on the thing you were saying about... it was more that, especially horror games, is very much like the built on the shoulders of giants. That's what I was trying to hit upon, and I hope I wasn't, like, dismissing your point. Alright. State of the darkness. And it creates this wonderful problem where we are safest in the darkness. We also see them the least. See, he was just doing a hangout while I was faffing around reading books over there. That rapid ticking sound. Meep! Fucking meep! Yeah. Oh, hell no. Oh shit, Snuggly, I hadn't noticed that. Snuggly was adding that if you look at the lights, they brighten and dim rhythmically, like a breathing thing, continuing to solidify this idea that the Cradle is a living thing. We don't know how or why, we just know that it is. Multiple monsters. And thank you for the follow. I know I've been butchering your username multiple times, but it is the conversation is lovely. Okay. Backstab. So, Fearless is saying backstab will put them down, but not keep them down. We've got to use holy water. Wouldn't happen to remember what key it is to use items, would you? Explosive mine seems like a poor idea. So Snuggly says that they view the Cradle as almost like a possessive child. It grabs onto anything inside it and makes it play out their lives in perpetuity. It's like, the Cradle's like, this is mine. These are my toys. I'm not sharing. And this is TSTTH. This is not the time for carols. And Robin, you missed out, friend. We had Jordan Thomas on the show earlier today, talking about working at Looking Glass, talking about working on this game and Bioshock and a whole bunch of stuff. Snuggy says there are other ways to put them down, but I won't spoil it unless you need to. Well, a lot of this for me is remembering it as well. And I'm not stalling! I mean, I might clear this one. I might clear this one out the doorway, because they gotta go. Oh, cool, they moved. Oh, goody. Shit. I pressed I, it hit the door. I just wasted one. Oh, I'm going up against this wall. Oh, good. Oh, good! Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I just got you! You're supposed to be like... Oh, this is... Is this the end for Garrett? It is. It very is. Beck. Out to Cradle. Load game. Yes. Okay. Now, where were we? Oh, long corridor of spoopiness. Oh, good. I'm just gonna go straight up this way. Steal the stuff that's not nailed down. Work out how in the bloody hell to handle those two. I think we're just gonna have to creep past them. Oh, because it already counts them as stolen. Okay, so it did use I. It just didn't. It did not put those ticking bad words down. I need to do a mantle, buddy. Okay, okay. Board of records. Hey, remember when I thought I was going to be able to do this and conduct an interview? Oh, you are kidding me. This is not going to go well. Okay, so 2 flash bombs were also put down. Vampire rules. Caffeine, no. I'm getting spooked up sideways as it is. Okay, so I think this is meant to be the way in which we find out what key items we're going to be needing, as well as what we're going to be able to steal. So patient 1 wears a wax mask to cover his missing features. Answer to the name King No One, dangerous and intelligent. Cell 2, allow it to carry a set of blunt utensils. Visits to the meal hall permitted under escort. Patient 3 keeps an unlit candle. Patient has frequent episodes of sleepwalking that inevitably lead to the morgue. Goody. Patient Cell 4. Patient is allowed supervised access to his clock-working tools. He is allowed to perform repair tasks in the shock therapy room. Goody. Oh, good. Patient 5 is allowed a telescope. Allowed to bring it up to the observatory once a month. Keeps the ashes of her stillborn child in an urn. Permanently takes her baby for walks in the exercise yard. Oh, goody. Patient 8 gets dance recitals in the lobotomy theatre with a vitrola. Permitted to keep tinderbox minus fuel. Allowed to light the fire in the lodge as a reward for good behaviour. Having a bad time. Having a bad time. Alright, slow and low. Slow and low. Nice and quiet. Oh, cool. The basement. Nothing bad ever happens down there. Oh, the morgue is downstairs. Goody. Oh, I fucking heard something. Wow, that's under a big old bag of... No, no, no. What if we just had the rest of the show? I'll just hang out in this corner here. Oh, fucking hell.
They're waiting for you, Galt. In the morgue. Downstairs.
They're waiting for you, Gerald. In the test chamber. I want to go in the morgue downstairs. That seems like a terrible idea. Essential's like, are you sure about that? How about no? Whoa. Kandarian says, has there been an isometric horror RPG? We had... Okay, no, Darkwood wasn't... I guess Darkwood had some of the isometric elements to it. There was one called, I want to say, not Hellscape. It was Hell something. Oh, I see you there. I see you there, stab hands. Having a bad time, having a bad time. So Tasty, we can knock them out with a blackjack, but we can't put them down. So that might not be a bad idea. At least give us a nice little breathing room down here. Fucking hell. Snuggly's not even sure we can knock them down. Alright, well, I'll just keep the dagger handy. We know they can't climb, so that's something. I do not know if he saw me there. Having a bad time, having a bad time. Fearless says the game Stasis is a horror game with an isometric POV and a graphical style akin to the 90s Interplay titles, but it's more a puzzle-solving adventure than an RPG. Okay. Vanderbeast, I have not seen the Man-Eating Socks Halloween costume. Also, I hope you all will be joining us for Halloween nonsense, because it's going to be one part Will getting shit up sideways by sharks, one part just like Halloween drinking party. Like, we're going to the club, I'm inviting you all, bring whatever it is you wish to consume, and we are going to have just a fun end of Halloween nonsense. Oh, fuck my life. Party. Tasty, I'm suffering the same thing, because Tasty was saying, like, wait, is it Thief 3 where you can use the blackjack on immortal characters? I am trying to remember this at the same time as going through it. I've been lucky because Snuggly is a thief aficionado and has been helping me not only manage to get us a quick save of this that we could jump into, but... Whew. Vanderbeest says, will there be nuggets in costumes? There will be. The costumes, you may have seen a little sneak peek of some of them so far. And I think except for Atticus, I don't think Atticus is going to be in costume, because the last time he did that, he bit Fiona on the ear so hard she bled. Also, Vexus, how are you doing? I am trying to avoid playing this game, because it's still feckin' scary. Oh, P-bags!
I'm reminded of an epic IT help desk call from hospital I used to work for. Hey, can you have name of director of IT call me back immediately? Sorry, he's out of his office at the moment. Where is he? He's in...
Where is he? He's in the morgue right now. He was in networking, so... Fuck. Okay. Here we go. So sorry, just finishing Shackles. Where is he? Oh, he's in the morgue right now. He was looking at the networking so we could auto-log the temperature, but it gave a near sea-level exec a heart attack. Austin says they probably won't be in, but have fun. Oh, we will. There's been enough genuine scary nonsense this year that I think for actual Halloween Day, like, depth isn't going to be scary for you all to watch. It's my greatest fear, and Hero to the People Dan Jones has confirmed. If you've not seen it, it's Left 4 Dead, but instead of humans and zombies, it's swimmers and sharks. Oh, it's going to fuck me up sideways. And then after that, we're having a big old party in the club, and you are all cordially invited. Zelky's like, this ain't too scary. It's easy for you to say. I got this Mother Hubbard who just won't leave. That guy's all walking around like, I aim to cause trouble on purpose. Fucking god darn it. Did Dishonored 2 do the horror thing? Stray says they're going to have fun puzzling through a ghost story on Halloween. Ah, yes. I believe... oh, no, wrong side. Wrong side of ladder. Wrong side of ladder. Camille mentioned that you lot were going to be trying one of those escape rooms in a box, which sounds really interesting. Ooh. You hear nothing. You hear nothing! Styley's saying the flooded district is kind of spooky. It is. I don't remember... I don't remember any parts of Dishonored 1 being super scary. But maybe I need to go back. Zelky's like, yeah, just blink ahead. Oh, and Strags, that does sound awesome. The Cafe Nordo. So it's like you get a bunch of cocktails, a dessert, and like a little like DIY escape room kit. And that sounds feckin' rad. Snuggy says, I know they did a Constantine Manor homage in the second game. Feck, maybe I need to replay Dishonored 2. Because the thing is, we can put down any of these guys, but the amount of resources it takes is so much. Oh. Like, whichever way he goes up, we're going the other way. Phil is saying, I think that was the mechanical manor in Dishonored 2. Feck. This game's gonna do me a damage. Wolfrad said, Constantine's Manor is still my personal all-time favourite level in ever. The narrative build-up through the environment alone was just incredible. Which one's Constantine's Manor again? You're gonna have to remind me. I think I'm just in desperate need of another cuppa. Catra saying, the design of the staircase gives me a weird sense of deja vu. Well, there's a certain entrapment of it that's... Oh, and Katros, I missed your comment earlier. I would love to, if I was gonna, well, I promised you all, if we ever get the purple tick here, that I'm gonna do Raft if we ever make partner in this little operation. But it's one of the things that's always been nice talking to Jesse about is he is also terrified of sharks, which makes me feel justified a little bit. Don't know Markiplier. I highly doubt I'd be able to get a conversation with him just considering how huge he is now, but I hear he's a lovely bloke. So we are down to the Mall, Hall of Records. So we need to head to the White Hall. Goody. Caffeine says, "My offer to co-op with you so you don't have to fight Steve stands." I mean, I would. However, I know that a promise is a promise. However, I don't think I have to worry about us getting a purple tick anytime soon. So, it's something to be afraid of more than anything else. Feeler says, "I'm never that enthused about Constantine's Manor." I'm trying to remember which one. Constantine's Manor's not the dinner party, is it? Because that one, because Null was talking about the rooftop party level from Thief earlier, which I feel, you know, the dinner party section from Dishonored 1 was a direct response to that. Yeah, Katros, the Shark of Damocles, if you will. Oh, it was the one with the upside down rooms. Feck. Alright. Friendos, I need to pee. I need to pee. So, we're going to take another quick little break. I'm going to put on some smooth jams that have nothing to do with some scary nonsense. And I will be back in just a second. Oh, Phyllis says, Constantine's Manor is the one where you have to... You're hired to steal a unique sword from a newly built manor with an eccentric rich guy. Oh, feckin' yo. Yeah, okay, I guess we're going to have to add Dishonored up the rankings. Friends, I will be back with you all in just a moment. I'm busting for a slash. Please forgive me! Don't do anything interesting! What happened to not doing interesting things? Okay. Bladder's emptied. Bladder's emptied. I've got my composure back. Oh, let's heck and do this. Excuse me. Let's heck and do this. Pun Spectre, despite saying don't do interesting things, thank you kindly for the 100 bits, yo. Also, I just want to quickly touch upon what I was saying earlier. Like, I don't want to sound super duper arrogant. I know I'm lucky that you lot keep me alive and we get to have cool things like today, with Null just coming on by like it's no big deal. Oh, Stuggy's saying that was Life of the Party. It's Thief 2 and it was your favourite level. Okay. Oh, Wolf was saying the same. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's get a mosey. Let's get a mosey. So I need to get past this way. We might have to drop the guy that's doing the rounds there so we can get up into the Hall of Records. God, those clocks are unsettling. Crap. I did not mean to shoot that arrow. Just had the mantling bug. Oh. Alright, let's not wait around for Lightning Hands McBadward to come mess up our day. Ooh, what's that up there? Is that a fire arrow up in the top? Okay. He heard us. We'll let him do his investigating, and then we'll stop caring about it. Yeah, the only thing I found interesting with... the only thing I really wished I could have had for Dishonored 1 was a way of tracking whether or not I've been seen or whether or not someone has died due to my hand. Because I did try and do that whole run-through without a single murder or a single fatality. And one guy... I swear, he must have just died of a heart attack or something, and the game blamed me for it. I'm like, come on! It's not my fault that guy had a terrible diet. Oh, he is off over that way. Wait. Or are you two different people? I know, he's just doing the rounds. Okay. That looks important. Very unsettling. Oh, Snuggy says they added a thing in the menus for Dishonored 2 that shows that, and it's very handy. Oh, good. I feel like I need to be up on the top there, but we'll continue this as we do. Okay, I do not like having to do lockpicking in this area. I'm not good at it to start with. I wasn't good at it back then. And the fact that we're right under a feckin' light bulb while we do it. It's like, please, strange creatures of the Cradle, come pull my soul out through my ear. I'm about to get spooked to shit, aren't I? Job's done. The fear is real. Hey, Baron Sheep. What ho, friend? How you doing? We're playing Scary Game. Okay, well, the original idea was to play this level and talk about why it's good. Like, why it's one of the big forces in horror video games. But we had some technical problems when we started out earlier, when we had our guest on, And since then, we've just been getting into trouble. I've already been shit up very much by this game once. How are you doing? Oh, good. Just our little buddy over there having like a little jazzy adventure. There's so many of these feckin' bad words. And the amount of resources, again, it takes to put just one of them down. We're having a jazzy little adventure, just like us. No, no, no. No, no, no. You don't see anything. You see nothing. You see nothing. You hear nothing. Fuck, a duck. This is meant to be a game about sneaking around and stealing shit. Oh, great. Same time, Streamlabs seems to have fecked itself up sideways. Alright, bear with me a second. I'm just gonna hit whatever it is doing wrong with a stick. Hopefully this doesn't destroy the pint glass. And yeah, Kandarian, the jankiness of their movements makes it feel much worse. There's a slow, deliberate motion to how they move around, but then combined with that, like, here, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, good work. Good work, Streamlabs. So apologies if you have sent through anything and it has not popped up. I will be... Yeah, Iron Imp. The Electro Zombie came over, hexed Streamlabs, and then did a runner. Alright, so if we do this. And then this. Hopefully that's okay. Could I get an 07 from you lovely Mother Hubbards? Just a little technical wave. There we go. There we go. Message for you, sir! Alright, this guy's gotta go. Alright. So the first one was a bit of a fail. But feckin' needs mask. There's no way I was getting past him. Ah, okay. He was the one patrolling this area. So this frees us up quite nicely to make a few bob. Bearing in mind, dear friends, we still need to steal at least 30% of the loot in this place to make a profit. Alright, they moved us to the nursery tower. Just need to make room for all those patients. Drep says not to cry so much because it makes Miss Arthur mad. Oh, good. And Vanderbeest, thank you for refilling the pint glass. You put in a lot of effort for House Order. Look at me cracking into places like there's no tomorrow. Alright. Job done. Nursery tower. Oh, good. What if we don't go to the nursery tower? Oh, this is just a tiny little locked room to quietly die in. Alright. So we're quietly kind of just, for lack of a better term, opening this pit up. Oh, okay. Okay. So which Thief game was it that added the mechanical guards, where you had to get like a water arrow into just the right spot? Because that's always stayed with me, you know? That was Thief 2, okay. Thief 2, the Metal Age, alright. Because I remember thinking how simplistic the robots and guards in... Oh, crap sticks. I remember thinking how simplistic the guards and robots in Deus Ex seemed in comparison. Oh, mate, your boy's gonna be pissed because I'm gonna steal all of the shit. Hey, there's the red hand again. I'm sure that doesn't... Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Hey, get to the boat. How are you doing, friend? We're playing the scary level of Thief! And it's feckin' terrifying, even like, what did Tasty said is like 10 years old. Dude's gonna flip when he finds his gems missing. So get to the boat. How are you doing this evening? Oh, this afternoon. You know, time travel's weird. I basically we were talking about this the other day, and I was like, I honestly don't know if the thing you're telling me about happened today or 3 days from now. Like, we're basically all on feckin' Gallifreyan time. And Snugly says, the fun thing is you can kind of figure out which patient is which. This one is the painter. He did Laurel the ghost girl's portrait in the attic. Ah, yes, because we found the note in her room about having to stand still and be the subject. And we found it in the notes. And each one of these, I guess we're calling them patients, each one of these, through the environment they're in and the actions they're doing, tells us a lot about who they are without any need for, like, overarching dialogue. Snugly said he would attack people if they didn't sit still. Interesting. What did you... Get to the boat. What did you do, you lovely Mother Hubbard? Well, if you sent a thing to the P.O. box, I haven't gotten a message about it yet. If it was something you did via the Amazon-y wishlisty stuff, then I guess I'll just have to look outside. Which I am happy to do at any point from here. Any point from here. Alright, so the painter's gone downstairs. Give us a chance to kind of... So there's the telescope, which we can grab that later. Oh. Oh, that's so haunting. It's using the gems for the eyes. Now, I can't remember the specific significance of the feckin' painted hand anymore. Because I'm an idiot. Oh, we are. Aha! Gas arrow. Probably less effective against ghosts wanting to wreck us, but nevertheless useful. Well, get to the boat. If it has hit the PO box, then I'll get a message from them, and I'll next time I take a break, I'll call them and ask them to send anything up. Oh, interesting. So the handprints from earlier were from the black market, which I do remember, but these are just bloody handprints to indicate. Oh, fucking hell. The rotation of the flickering lights. Like, feck me sideways. Okay, so right now we are under the Hall of Records? Or are we in the White Hall right now? No, we're in the White Hall. Staff Tower we can't get to just yet. If I remember, our goals currently... search for more information about the hag who attacked you. Retrieve Laurel's nightgown from the White Hall and then incinerate it in the morgue. Okay, so I'm in Whitehall currently, the cafeteria specifically, and yeah, the flickering lights is the patrol routes of the monsters moving through this place, and it's fucking terrifying. Like, the environment tells us everything we need to know if we're prepared to stop and listen, do you know what I mean? And... oh, that was dumb. That was dumb. I just did a dumb. Oh, feck. I slid off the top of the food place. Oh. I could try using the flash bomb. I guess burning them doesn't work, right? Like, not that lucky, yeah? Maximus, you fucking terror. You gave me a little moment there. I was like, oh god, I'm gonna... Because I really dislike the unpopular opinion threads on Twitter and stuff like that. And Dugunthi Maximus said, unpopular opinion, Thief 3 is a decent game that is worthy of every playthrough. I was like, did you just? Also, one of these particular patients, you can hear they're kind of like they're almost like a tinkering sound coming from them. Okay, so we checked those cells, so I guess we need to go around this way. Try not to fall off this. Check those cells there, 'cause I think... I think that's the room I need to get into. Oh, and Maximus was also recommending Dark Mod for Doom 3. It's standalone now. Is it? Feck, I should add that to the docket, because I've been meaning to revisit that. And Robin, how have you not finished Deus Ex? Like, you started that playthrough last year. Deus Ex goes to some very, very interesting places for certain. I'm trying to think where... And it's interesting saying you locked in your ending. Because if you have locked in your ending, then you're very much at the very end of the game. But if you think you've locked in your ending, and you haven't, that means you are ages from. Okay, okay. Tanari, wow, Watto, friend. Exercise is hard. Now you've got someone to kick your ass into doing it. How's that going for you? The Catros, am I stalling? Yes, very stalling. Oh, no, here they come. That feckin' breathing. There he is doing a tinker. Alright, this time... Now I'm actually waiting, not stalling. Oh, and Snuggy's saying, remember, lockpicking tips. We're sad to find the sweet spot, left click to do fast. Alright. I'll give it a shot. Oh, Maximus is saying, this is endgame, right? This is. If someone has the link to the article about this that we were talking about, basically, Maximus, today's plan was to have one of the creators of Thief 3, one of the people responsible for designing this level, otherwise known as Null, on the show whilst I played it and deconstructed it a little bit. That didn't happen due to technical issues, but we had a lovely chat for like an hour and a half, and now we're actually playing it proper. And I'm very glad I did not try to do both at the same time. I don't like this. Clap, 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 clap. Alright, let's give it a go. Actually, here's an idea, Will. Save it like an old school PC gamer, then give it a go. Wandering's like, good job, Will. You stabbed the door. The city is saved. The Cradle's one weakness. Getting stabbed once. Snuggly, thank you for that tip. Sure. Oh, this is bad. Okay, so the thing we know about this particular ghost... Oh. Damn it. I can't remember how to... the thing we know about this particular ghost is their child died, and they carry around the ashes of it in an urn, which they keep in this teeny tiny little cradle. Oh, denock by jumping. Okay. Am I going to touch the baby urn? How about no? Oh. I nearly hit the baby urn with a cudgel. That perhaps would have been a bad move, Will. Oh, it super duper sounds like there's something in there. Also, that single eye that looks through you, through the slit in the door. Oh, feckin' hell. So yeah, to those of you who just joined us, we are playing the Cradle level from Thief 3 because of all its horror glory. Super meep. Just having a wonderful time. Just having a good time. Oh, and Scooter YG. No, absolutely. I really hope I haven't done people a disservice by just showing them this, but this is such a huge part of games and, like, games industry culture that I wanted to do a day just focusing on this. But you are right, in the sense that getting someone to play through all the Thief games to get to this point, like, the pacing to come to here is absolutely wonderful. Like, this is... Oh, cool. That's a lot of skulls. That's a lot of skulls. That's a lot of ducks. I just released another criminal into the world. Good work, Will. Oh shit, there's another. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Max was saying this is like Amnesia. Well, I was saying this early on, and I don't mean this to seem derogatory, because Amnesia is a great game. That is very blonde at the top.
Yes, it is.
I'm not complaining. Fiona's redoing the green in her hair. So it's like, I don't think Amnesia would be quite the same if this wasn't a thing that existed. Just gonna creep along the back wall. Creeping along the back wall, sneaking past the zombies. Gonna fucking die. Alright, here we go. And yeah, I am just doing cheeky saves. And Catchwell says, Will, pause, breathe, or you'll heck up. Good point, good point. Hop char. Sadly, not anything you can... Snuggly, thank you so much for showing me how to do speedy lockpicking. Oh, cool. Silver Vitrola. So, you know, this absolutely fits in with the thematics we've been shown, that the Cradle keeps them here. Every one of them. Oh, Baron returns from a crime. Hold on. But not what we're after. God, I wish I had lean round corners in this. Shit, what was it I wanted to say? Completely dropped out of my head. Real lockpicking, of course, nowhere near this easy. Oh, cool. That's a lot of screaming. Unfortunately, we haven't found the feckin' night dress, which we need to destroy. And also, Wondery Gamer Wahoo, friends. And as good as saying, like, playing through the whole game, getting used to the mechanics, and then going through it definitely sets the atmosphere, but even just playing on its own, yeah. I mean, I've played through this. I'm basically re-remembering a lot of it. But, you know, it's been a very long time since I did. And a lot of what makes this hit so hard is because of that pacing. I don't want to detract from how well that's done. Like, creating a tense action game and then putting in horror can work wonders, as opposed to creating an action game and putting in stealth. One of the reasons why the Dunwich building in Fallout 3 is so scary is because there's nothing else like it. And that absolutely takes inspiration from this. Like, no way it doesn't. Snuggly says, it's important to remember that the cradle burned down, and the room with the tinderbox and the crackling fire sounds. You're right, I'd forgotten that.
Those bricks look a little uneven. Someone did some amateur work.
Alright.
The staff blamed him for what happened to me. They were wrong.
Oh wow, we're just gonna pick away the... Oh. Scooter adding, as great philosopher and thief Garrett once said, creepy. Yeah, the Dunwich building in Fallout 3 hits so hard because it just looks like a feckin' shitty car manufacturing plant / dealership out front. And you get in there and you're like, oh cool, I'm now eyeballs deep in horror in a Fallout game. I did not see this coming. Goody. Varbles says, so I cannot do horror in games. Understandable. Was there ever a hint that this was coming, or would people like me have been blindsided? I feel like there was always the creepy gothic undertones with Thief. So I don't feel like this would have come as a complete, like, out of left field. Oh, hang on. So I've retrieved the object. I've got to take it down to the morgue to incinerate it, right? Snuggly, I've found the thing. I'm just going to go burn it, right? Oh, Snuggly's adding that they do mention the spooky orphanage throughout the game. Okay. Oh, and Baron's like, make more notes. Turn Memnull into a horror game. Feckin' hell. Friends, if you missed the start of Memnull Season 2, it was fecking incredible. Baron Sheep got us an actual box of in-universe props. It's feckin' cool. And Scooter's saying there is a little hint, being that you're totally aware you're going to be haunted in an asylum orphanage. But I think it was definitely blows the other spooky thief shit out of the water. Oh, absolutely. And Scooter, I'm so sorry I didn't do a better job of advertising it. We had Null, one of the people who worked on this, in a voice chat earlier. Castro says, way in the back of my mind, I feel like Skyrim had already affected the left turn just into horror dungeon. I can't for the life of me remember where and what it was about. I know what you mean. I feel like there was a horror thingy kicking around. Well, I should say, so Scooter, we do a lot of different things here, but we talk about Thief and the Thief series a fair wedge. I mean, I guess could also be because Snuggly's hanging out here a lot, and I've been waiting to do the Cradle for a long time, and we flip between, like, hang on, let me get a cheeky save in. Yeah, we talk. I used to work in the games industry. I did for about 10 years, and I love talking about it. I love craft of games. I love, like, the industry behind them, the whole shebang. And Thief's a very powerful game. I also, at some point, we need to do a breakdown of Thief 4 and how it missed the mark, because I think there's a lot of very important lessons to learn from how that misunderstood... Oh, goody. Creepy ass son of a bad word. Oh, fair. Right. Alright, we're just not going to talk about that, alright? Did I just flash bomb that zombie into death? Yes. Are we ever going to talk about it? Nope. So Clank says, would you ever go back into the biz, or do you like streaming too much? If I'm being honest, I really love doing this. If I did go back, it would be something that incorporates spending time with you lot at the same time. I don't know what form that would take. And I also know how fucking privileged that is. Like, I am lucky enough to be able to do this and decide whether or not I want to go back into gaming. Like, that's fucking... That's some privilege level nonsense. So Baron says that they had a random thought from today. Do you think they could create a game that's designed to be played solely streamed? Oh, absolutely. I know that there isn't as much of a market for it as I would like. But the thing about Lucifer Within Us and Paradise Killer and things like that, what I really want is a video game where we're all solving a puzzle game together, and it provides the audience with the same evidence I get as I find it. Or the idea that they get additional evidence through some means, and we solve the puzzle together. I'd love something like that. Because Lucifer Among Us was great, and I highly recommend that game to all of you lovely Mother Hubbards. But I did feel that once we got a rhythm... Once we got a rhythm behind us for how to get through it, I feel that it wasn't as much of a group puzzle solving thing. Salen's like, Baron, that's the thing we should chat about further. Oh, good. Because, I mean, I really enjoyed things like Heaven's Vault and stuff like... Huh. This is bad. Moss arrows. makes you quiet. Anyone hear that heartbeat? Yeah, and Moose, that's something that I'd enjoy. There's actually a game called the E-Cheese Zone, which I know sounds like a weird one. It's a super bizarre indie game. Oh, don't tell me I'm fecked up. It's a super weird indie game called the E-Cheese Zone, and it's designed to be played only at events, but I think it'll work for streams, where we all have a bizarre little game which we have to work out. And we have to work out the rules of the game as we're playing through it. It's feckin' fascinating. I've asked them for a copy to do stream stuff with, but... Seclusion chamber number 1. Oh, I just fecked up. Hi, my name's Will, and I have an uncontrollable urge to push every button I see like an idiot. Please don't be a horrible thing. Please don't be a horrible thing. Please don't be a horrible thing. Okay. Let's not go to the seclusion chamber. That seems like a dumb idea. Yeah, Scooter's like, don't worry about the heartbeat. Sailor says, could definitely see something like Spilebot with a connected game space. Oh, hells yeah. Everyone's like, I think you should go in. Oh, goody. Scooter's saying, another question while I'm here for the Thief fans. Why is it always called frobbing instead of interacting or grabbing? I don't know. It is worth saying that, like, everything that Looking Glass was doing at the time was breaking a lot of new ground. So they did have to come up with a lot of interesting language. I'm sure there's some reason that, like, was born from varying forum threads or what have you. Okay, Snuggly's saying it's what Looking Glass Studios called it, and it sort of means highlighting without interacting. Interesting. Meanwhile, in the fecking morgue... Oh, interesting. So Salem says, a clipping of Frobisher from Frobniz, coined circa 1958 by David R. Sawyer of the MIT Tech Model Railroad Club. There we go. Now we're all learning. All those smart tech kids all hanging out together. Oh, and so Robin and Sadlin posted the description at the same time, that it is to perform a task that is clear to the speaker, but too complex or tedious to be explained, so that outside help is not helpful. Oh, matey boy's just doing laps. How am I doing for items? Can I burn them? I mean, everyone's weak to fire, right? Wolf was saying it's like the word gaffer, which they use to thief. But gaffer's an old term meaning, I believe meaning trade hand originally, but tends to be referred to a lot in music and stage production. That's where the term gaffer tape comes from. Oh, Taffer. Okay. That I don't know. But I get the feeling if I was very industrious, I could lure Matey Boy there. Into the...
You did it. My nightgown's gone. But the cradle remembers more than I thought. You can't get it all here. You have to go into the past, into the cradle's memories. It's the only way. You'll have to pretend to be one of the patients, so the cradle won't see you.
Oh, good!
Each of the patients from Whitehall had a favorite toy that they liked. You can use them as keys to go into the cradle's memories. Find one of those toys, and I'll tell you what to do next.
This sounds like a terrible idea! New objective. Dumb idea. Feckin' hell. Yeah, Katros, I'm with you there. Oh, good! Oh, you can piss off on all shaky hands. Vanderby says, every so often I see a film referred to a best boy in the credits. Do you know what they do? I can't remember. I used to know. Alrighty. Let's go get into more trouble. One of the things I love and hate about this is that you can climb a ladder the wrong way. Salem says, my favorite credited title will always be Inferno Artist. I've got to make a strong case for a Dinosaur Wrangler. He had one job. People died. Oh yeah, Rhymes Moves, we can absolutely do the what a thrill, but from the wrong side. Hey, Nom Nom. Watto! Welcome to the Cradle. It's scary. How are you? Does anyone have that clip of this game shitting me up while I was talking like an EG? No, 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 no. Okay, we should be alright. We should be alright.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Online. All systems nominal.
Hero to the people, Dan Jones. How are you doing, dude? We've been playing the Cradle for several hours because I keep stalling because it's still feckin' scary. A decade on, this level still shits me up. How are you doing, dude? And thank you for 19 months. Friends, for those who don't know, Dan Jones is joining us for Depth on Saturday. I promised, way back in the day, I promised we'd do it together, and we are feckin' gonna. Alright, they didn't follow. Fuck.
basins, all wrapped up in wet bandages. He heard me come in and started making screaming noises. I think he wanted me to help him, but I was too afraid.
Oh, and DJ, that would be feckin' cool. That would be feckin' cool. I'd really like that. I've been bad for organising stuff, but I got to do the DreadX Collection 3 thing, and we had a bunch of other things happening, but yeah, I'd like that. The thing I'm doing after Depth is basically just a let's all bundle into the club, do some platforming challenges, just drink and have fun, yo. I'm just inviting everybody. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah, and Fiona will be joining you on, well, whether you're on Team Shark or Team Swimmer. I'm in the wrong place. I'm in danger. Alright, there's the wax mask.
He wore that mask to hide his burns. He was locked in the seclusion chamber. The toy you just picked up is a key to the Cradle's memories. Now you have to figure out where to bring it. There's a special place for each toy. When you put the toy in the right place, you'll enter the past.
What if we just don't? What if we just feck off? And DJ, as this was initially the idea that, you know, that we conceived of, if you want to be a shark, you gotta be a shark. Fiona will definitely be on Team Shark. Sadlin, do you fancy being a swimmer? I'll be blepping out some more invites to people this evenings, because I'm gonna... Alright, we can just leave Matey Boy to do his thing over there. I think I remember where the seclusion chamber is. Just wish I didn't. The toy is the first iteration of the Wayback Machine. Feckin' hell. But yeah, DJ, how you been holding up, yo? I took a day off yesterday because last week was jam-packed in a good way. And we had one of the peeps that worked on this on the line earlier to chat about it. But I didn't manage to play it whilst he was on the line because of technical problems and whatnot. So now we're going to see how this all pans out. Mate. This could be very bad. And Maximus, I have a massive fear of sharks, like a proper irrational fear of it. And the game that DJ was mentioning, it's called Depth. We're all going to be playing it on Saturday morning before the after party at the club. And it is Left 4 Dead multiplayer, but replace the zombies with sharks. Aw. Well, DJ, you know I got you, buddy. You know I got you. I'm terrible for organising things outside of streams, but group nonsense is definitely something that I specialise in. I'm trying to think of some of the weird ones. Like the PUBG custom server day ended up being real fun, and I kind of enjoyed that. Then, what did we have? I'm sad I didn't get to grab you for Wizmod. Wizmod was just ridiculous. And it ended up being into like a feckin' dance party with wizards flipping out. Oh, Fiona just watched the trailer to Depth and cannot wait. Oh, good! Okay, matey boy's right there.
She carried that jar around like it was a real baby in the exercise yard.
Ironin, that's very kind of you. That's why we're only going to be doing depth for a few hours on Saturday, not for the whole day, so I don't actually die. Yeah, the shark in Far Cry Blood Dragon, I had to psych myself up, and then as soon as I jumped underwater, I wasn't allowed my guns. It was like... No, no, no. Okay. It's pretty clear about where we have to take everything. If I remember rightly, it's easier to try and fish everything out when you're doing... I should have done it when I was unlocking all the doors. But apparently I'm a feckin' chronic dum-dum. Alright, someone in this like little apartment block just slammed the door. And if I hadn't gone for a bathroom break recently, that would have been... That would have been wet trouser o'clock. Well, so Scooter was saying, is it crazy or is the lighting in this game better than a bunch of others? So, we were actually talking to Null about this. They made their own in-house engine, and one of the, like...
I think he used to eat with those in the meal hall.
I was tucked into the kitchen and found some bread. The fat man was in there with his forks and knives. He's the one who shouldn't be allowed to wander around. What they were saying was they had the option of possibly going with Unreal due to size, but they chose to use their own in-house engine because of the lighting tech. So that's why it looks so spangly. Plus, we are using an upgrade mod as well. However, it's worth saying that Null was talking a lot about how they had to do twice the work to get half the distance because of how the lighting technology worked. Alright, seclusion chamber. Alright, who's ready to go to the past? I don't like this. Oh, feck off. What the feck are you?
It worked! You're in the past now. This is what everything looks like, the way the Cradle remembers it. It's like a stitch in time. You can't die here because you're inside a patient. But if the staff catch you, they'll take away your toy, and you'll have to find another one. Now, will you get my diary? In the real world, it's all torn apart, and we never find all the pages. But in the past, it's just the way I left it, up in the nursery tower. Please find it and burn it in the morgue.
Oh, good. Definitely gonna do a save. Snugger's like, hey, check what equipment you have for a second. Gear. Nothing! Da-da-da-da-da-da! You get nothing! Oh, goody. No. We have to go back to the future. Everyone's like, this isn't creepy at all. Right, you are, Wolf. Yeah, why are we burning everything in the morgue? We have fire arrows. I guess it has to be special ghost logic. Alright. Is there a button to get back down, or are we just... Right, but we did manage to steal something, so that's good. Is there a button back down? Might be in trouble. Oh no, we gotta do some tactical falling, my friends. First-person puzzle platforming. This is actually not that painful compared to other titles of the time. My knees. Yeah, you make a good point. Like, it's a seclusion chamber. Where did she say her diary was again? Feck. Scooter says, don't you look different if you go into third person, or am I still tripping? Can't tell. My eye's not glowing, so take with that what you will. Oh, up in the nursery tower. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Which is on the other side of the Hall of Records. Yay! I remember where that is. And I wish I didn't. Astral says, I've never played Thief, but I can educate a guess about what it is. Yeah, apparently it's about pants-shitting terror. And Scooter, it's no worry. I'd rather check, like, if there's... Because the thing is, it's been a long time since I played this, and I, like a lot of people, hold this game and this level in very, very high regard. But that does also mean that, you know, human memory is not infallible, and there will be stuff that I will forget, that I will miss. The orderlies, I can hear them talking, but I haven't seen them yet. I don't remember what they look like. Fearless feck off. Miller's like, if you're in the cradle and you see a spectre, go ahead. It's a spectre. But yeah, I mean, this Saturday we're going to the club, and I'm going to level with you friends. After depth, I'm going to be drinking. So it'll be one of those evenings that the stream will stop when either will either end when it ends, or it'll end when Will is too drunk to continue. These are all valid stream ends. And I'm going to be inviting a bunch of other like peoples to bring their communities to the club and just hang out. Discord conversations will probably be like makeshift little spots of banter here and there. All right, that's up to the nursery. All right. God, we haven't seen a single orderly at this point.
When they started letting the patients stay here, there wasn't enough room for everybody. All of us children had to move here into the nursery tower, where the babies used to be.
Dead. Spooky. Yeah.
Are you not losing, son?
Are you proud of yourself, Katros? Okay, Katros, thank you for the 200 bits, because, as you know, bits keep me alive, and I'm very grateful. But also, fake you sideways. Let's get the fuck out of me. Something has messed up here. I pushed a lot of buttons. Now my controls are screwy. Oh, is there a button for lean? Yeah, I seem to have unlocked the lean and look at stuff button. Which might have just saved my ass there. I'm so freaking out. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Snuggly. Oh! Pissing piss balls! Scoot away! Thank you for the follow!
Who's startling you?
Nice try. You all said you didn't want scary alerts on. That was actually, Clank, that was actually Lecter attempting to do me a spook there. Oh, spooky, spooky, spooky. Oh, this was a bad idea. We got blasé. Get in the dark, get in the dark, get in the dark. Oh. Snuggly's like, I think there's some info on the pedestal you need. Do I? I guess I'll just head back up there again, Snuggly. Oh, you're right. Oh, more information on the hag who attacked us. You're right. While in the Cradle's memory, find Laura's diary in the nursery tunnel. That's the one we've done. But I did mean it, Scooter. Thank you for the follow. Like, if you ever want to... We play a lot of weird games here, and we talk a lot about them, so... I have a feeling that if you genuinely love, especially the Thief series, then... Alright, instant report. Patients. H. Drep, orphan with description. 2 orphans were playing in the attic at the asylum area, and one of the patients must have killed the girl. A large amount of blood marks the scene, but no body has been found. Search is underway. The girl's playmate, Drep, insists the killer was some sort of hag, a grey lady, not a patient. However, since he is just a child with no other witnesses or evidence to back up the story, they can only conclude that one of the patients killed the girl and hid the body. Conclusion, we must enforce no orphans near the White Ward patient rule. We're lucky this girl has no family to make a fuss. Right.
I was playing hide and seek with my friend Drep, but he never found me. Instead, the Grey Lady found me. I tried to run, but the door was locked, and I couldn't get it open.
Yeah, Astral, remember that time we played Battle Crabs? We played Fight Crab, and it was fun. None of this spooky ass shit. You know who doesn't spook you? Crabs. Snuggly says it's a small detail, but the wall faces creep me the F out. Oh, right. Snuggly, did I ever tell you the first place I moved into in East London? Not the first place I moved into, but the place I moved into in East London, they had these plastic bags duct taped onto the ceiling, which I didn't understand. And what they were is they were covering unused light fixtures. So they didn't have like a central light in the center of the living room. Do you know what they did have? A plaster cast of a human face to cover it up. The previous owners just taped a bag over it so they didn't have to look at it. Ship that shit right off. Alright, so we are here. The nursery. Alright, should be able to get down to the morgue by... No, that's the creepy area. Morgue's down this way. Take the ladder. It's amazing how much of this comes back to us. Kestrel, that is lovely of you to say, even though the main amount of theft going on here is of my dwindling courage. How are you doing, Kestrel? Snuggly's like, that place would have slithered down and eaten you. Oh no, we took a chisel, chipped that bastard right off, and threw it out the window. I don't... Ah. Sneaky. Oh, cool. Kestrel, I'm glad you're enjoying Graveyard Keeper. Like, it is feckin' rad. I don't want to say anything more, because that game goes places. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't look at me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Go on. Go check out stuff on the other side of that table. It's very important, sir. Sir, it's very important. The couch is like, piss off, guy. I don't even know if there's a ghost. There's a spooky, creepy orderly from a time memory. I don't even know what we're doing! Alright, you're getting follow backs from Terry. I'm gonna try and...
My diary is gone. Good. The Cradle can barely remember me anymore. But it can still see the bloodstain in the attic. You'll need to clean it up in the past, where it's always fresh.
Oh.
Sometimes when the staff took patients to a treatment room, they wouldn't ever come back. They used something called dissolution serum to clean up afterward. Get it, and then use it on my bloodstain in the attic, where I saw you the first time.
New objective! Oh, see, again, the ladders, you can climb them. It's up to you, the player, to make sure you're climbing them right. I did like that one. Kessel's like, you're a thief. You don't have courage. Steal some more. Time ghosts. The worst kind of ghosts. Oh, I'm gonna save this. Oh, friends, I had so many points of this that I wanted to deconstruct and talk about, and I hope we do that once we finish this level. Like, you know, for those of you, I've probably been making great points while I've been creeping around. I didn't expect playing this again was still gonna just grip around. Essential education. I will have to ask you to turn in your pun card and politely leave, saying, "Will, don't trust ladders. They'll occasionally let you down." Fucking hell. All right, so we're here. Actually, the room they're talking about is not too far from here. I think it was around this way. God, the eternal fucking ticking. I don't know. That's up to the nursery. Where was it? Is it around here out the back? The Hall of Records? Alright, Kestrel, that is fair. Kestrel's like, well, you didn't expect to be gripped by a game you loved in the past. Have you seen you? Alright, that's not unfair. Okay, so that's the Morgavator. Oh, this way. Alright. Getting back on track. Oh no, this is Lobotomy Theatre. I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong place. Oh, I fecked up. I have fecked up now. Don't mind me! Just taking a walk. Snuggly's like, nah, it's here. Is it? Snuggly, no! Alright, but I need to get the fluid, don't I? Well, Kestrel, I hope you and everybody else is at least enjoying me getting re-spooked on an old title. Because this game is truly excellent. And I will say, the maze-like qualities of this... Here we go. The maze-like quality of this game absolutely leans into its favour. Alright, these are the treatment areas. Snuggly's like, wait, fluid's in there. Wait. Okay, Snuggly, I'm going to stop for a second, just to make sure that the stream's all caught up. And by the treatments, you can direct me from here. Oh. Oh. Guess I was like, I always enjoy watching you get spooked, right? But friends, I need you to understand that when I played this originally, I played the early Thief games. As I was saying to Null, I got one of the OG demos of Thief 1, tried playing it, it kicked the crap out of me. I took that as a challenge, got good at it. Once I learned how to rinse the demo of Thief 1, I managed to get a copy of the game. Played Thief 1, loved it. Played Thief 2, loved it. Thief 3, same. But you have to understand, this is a time where I didn't have access to, like, internet. I didn't even know about Kieran's write-up of this level. So you've got to imagine a petrified tiny Will creeping his way through this, freaking out. Okay, there's another way. Go through the crack in the wall. Alright, crack in the wall. It is still incredible how this game makes... Oh, there it is. Alright, I've got an idea. Snuggy's like, I was 12 when I played this first? Oh, good. See, one of my favourite games from back in the day was the original Alien... Well, okay, not the original. Alien vs. Predator. Again, I think it's called AVP 2000 now. I guess he did not give a hot shit about that. This is terrifying. But I tried playing the marine missions of AVP and they freaked me out too much. So I basically kind of like slowly, I don't want to say inoculated, but slowly worked my way into... I played through the Alien first, because the Alien was, while the squishiest technically, was also the thing to be afraid of. Then I played as the Predator, and then I finally had my run as the Marine. Kandarian says, "Begin on an hour. What have I missed?" Spoops. I need to collect that vial there with this guy doing the rounds. We got this. Woohoo! Okay. So, we've acquired... Alright. Alright, find some dilution serum and take it in the treatment rooms to be used in the bloodstain in the attic. Alright. And to Smith... Oh! Thank you kindly for the follow. Whew. Okay. Dayman. Oh, Maximus is saying that AVP2 is also available free as abandonware. Okay. If you do pick it up on abandonware, you need to make a promise to me that once it becomes available again on digital distribution, you will pick up a copy. I understand the important role... I am drastically anti-piracy, but I also understand that abandonware plays a very important role in making sure people have access to art. So it always puts me in a weird position. Oh, I am feckin' saving it. But AVP2 did some very, very interesting things. Doing the life cycle of a facehugger, where you start off and then you have to find like an isolated person while getting chased around. Like, you go from being the chased, and then you become an alien, and you have a good time. Although, I felt guilty the bit where I had to eat a cat. That wasn't fun. Poor kitty. Wolfraid says, the first time I played System Shock 2, I went through the tutorial, started the game proper, encountered the very first zombie enemy type who promptly killed me with a pipe while screaming, "Oh, I'm sorry!" Didn't touch the game again for a year. Oh, that's a proper fear one. I love both the System Shock games with passion. And I need to put my hand up and say that I did, like, when I found out about System Shock 2, was at a point where you couldn't physically buy it anymore. And I had to acquire it from an abandonware site. And then as soon as it became available for sale again, you better believe I bought the heck out of it. I actually had the founder of Night Dive Studios on the show a while back. Gotta get him back on. And if you want to do friends, we can do another round of, like, what was the first game that really scared you? Technically, the first one that really, like, shit me up sideways that I couldn't sleep was Shadow of the Beast. One of the... Oh, that's where the staff is. That game messed me up sideways. Now, let's not assume that this is going to be clear. Alright. Vanilla Rice rules apply. Get up to get down. But then also, Phantasmagoria 2 kept me awake for feckin' weeks. Oh. No, that's too far. No. DX Man said, oddly enough, Metroid Fusion. No, that makes sense. Kestrel said the first Manic Mansion. Oh, yeah. No, I can see that. Oh! Fearless. It was one of those ones where the shortening went right over my head. No One Lives Forever is another one that's currently stuck in, like, licensing hell. I hope we get to see it get a proper re-release at some point. Because it's such a good game. Alright. Snuggly says, the Blackout Club has messed my brain so much that when they saw the fog particle, they're about to yell, "Frag!" Yeah, Snuggly, it's been so long since I found another name fragment. Catro says they never played scary games or games that scared them until they were like 20, so the first game they got was Bioshock. Splices! Okie dokie, getting up to the attic. Bet there's going to be an orderly, because otherwise it'd be too easy. Oh, shush you with your backward-speaking nonsense. But friends, if you think about how many actual monsters are in play, how many, like, orderlies, all the elements going on, this is not... Like, I keep remembering games like Suffering, where you're, like, at a prison for the criminally insane, where everyone's covered in, like, knives and murder and all of that. Alright, now we're going to save the little girl and nothing bad will ever happen again. Am I right?
You did it! The Cradle can't remember me anymore. We can leave now. Meet me in the lobby. I'll show you the way out.
Are we in the past still? I forget. Everyone's like, well, that was easy. Yeah, it was. Rainbows and unicorns for everyone. Hang on, are we in the past? Yeah, we're still in the past. Okay. Yeah, follow these 3 simple rules to to freeing a time ghost. Still gonna get past one of those bloody orderlies. Yeah, I think we already got the treasurer. Oh yeah, we already got the treasurer when we were in the regular future. Catro says, question, what do you think about Outlast? Because it feels like, outside a few standout moments, it's mostly a grisly gore with full frontal nudity and not so much horror. I have talked about Outlast. Outlast came along at the right time. As part of the wave of new school horror, it did the kind of the found footage plus defending yourself from super big horrors. It did a lot of things, not first, but it did a lot of things commercially together. I don't think that Outlast is a good horror title, and it uses a lot of very ham-fisted techniques and didn't really have any competitors when it launched, which is why it was successful. But there isn't anything about Outlast that really leaps out, and it's not saying it's bad. Like, it is okay for a game not to be an industry-shaping genre giant, but I can't look at that and say, I can't look at Outlast and say, yeah, no, that's a game that shaped horror. It used a few very, very, I don't want to say cheap tricks. It used a few very new ideas and brought them together for great commercial success. This is fine.jpg.
Oh no, you can't leave, can you? I know why. This place remembers you now. You've been here too long. There's only one way to leave the Cradle. You have to trick it. I'll help you. First you have to enter the past as your real self. There's a cage in the storm cellar. You have to go inside it and close the door. Then you'll enter the Cradle's memories as your real self. But you can't let the staff find you. If they catch you this time, you'll be dead forever.
Objective cancelled. Oh goody! We're going into the torture cage. So, like, Outlast, again, I don't deny it. I would say that if you... Layers of Fear is a much more technically incredible title that did a lot more with the tools it had. Layers of Fear is still incredible and is absolutely deserving of all the praise it gets. Wolf says they're in the first playthrough of Alien Isolation, 5 hours in. It's quite an experience. Oh, you're in for a treat. I will spoil nothing. And I have to put my hand up and say, I did not work on Alien Isolation. While I was at the Creative Assembly while it was in development, I was on Total War. So, like, my buddy Christian and James Green and... too many... a lot of really good people. But I didn't work on it directly. Storm Cellar. Oh, goody. Alien Isolation, though, is legit brilliant. And I'm not just saying that because my friends worked on it. Like, it still hits like a dump truck. And just all the work and effort that was put into it. Especially when it comes to like the aliens AI, how it hunts you, how it finds you. Is there another down? Yeah, no, there's another down ladder, isn't it? I just missed it. I was being an idiot. Sorry. Dustin says they're also getting into Ring of Pain. That rings a massive bell. Is that the one with the creepy, the creepy bird card game? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, and Dustin, I hope I said hello when you came on in. We still need to get the Handbreaker Gin designs. Wait, no, I'm being an idiot. That was the word. I was just there. Cheeky save. Oh, good.
Yes, that's it. You're really here in the past. This is a different time. Just before the end. You look like yourself now, and the Cradle can see you. If the staff find you, they'll kill you.
What if I kill them first? Clank was like, what style did you want the handbreaker?
There's one last thing you have to do. Go to the top of the staff tower. There's an open window up there. You have to jump out. Then the Cradle will think you killed yourself. But you won't really die. You'll just be outside where it can't see you. I'll be waiting for you.
Did anyone else hear some straight up fucking ghost logic? Just throw yourself out the top of the tower. Then the Cradle can't see you, you'll be fine. But, excuse me, ghosts. Yes, Will Overguard, front row. What about my very fragile, very brittle, real people bones? What happens to... Okay, we're not going to address that. Cool. Astral's like, and do a flip. Cool. Perfect sense. Clank, I've been thinking about it. The Handbreaker Gin. I'm thinking that it's kind of like the Art Deco stylings of the Bioshock plasmid tonics, but it's like a hand with a broken bone there. Handbreaker Gin. And then Dustin can probably provide you with a bunch of like writing for it. Alright, good news is we do have our weapons. Now, I don't know what we can do to the orderlies. Because they're still just, I guess, ghost time memory things? Dustin, let's just Handbreaker Gin. If Clank is thinking of doing a... Oh, Clank says, do you have bottle dimensions? I don't. But let's assume we're just going to throw it on... Oh, good. We're going up this way. Notice how this area is super duper whooper lit. In a time before Follow the Light was common.
That's the staff tower. Nobody's allowed up there.
But I was, Clank, I was going to wrap it around a bottle of, like, New Amsterdam gin or something. So it's very, like, rectangular tall bottle. Duncan says, as for appendage not being needed, there is evidence that the appendix plays an important role. Where? When did we get on to removing the appendix? My appendix is fine! I'm not. I'm in feckin' Spoop Tower Central. Spoop Nonsense 1. I have so many saves after this. And I guess... I feel like this warrants saying. The horror elements in Thief work very well. I don't suppose I can just shoot these guys in the face and it'll be over, right? Like, I'm not that lucky. Thief was always a tense game, even though you're the one hiding in the shadows doing the spoops. Cryosticks, no! Cryosticks bang. I feel there's a comic in all of this. Asterix, Obelix, Appendix. Snuggy says, I swear you can. Oh, and J-Po's like, oh, you'd know if your appendix wasn't fine. Speaking as to a... Let's find out. Oh! No. Snuggy's like, try a backstab after you run, see if that works. I shot him in the eyeball with an arrow! Some dainty dagger work's not going to change that. Shoot the orderlies, they said. It'll be fine, they said. It was not fine. God, I still remember playing the original Quake when you first encounter the zombies. The zombies in Quake, you can only put them down if you explode them. There's no other way to stop them. Alright, you want to try for a backstab? Let's try for a backstab. Hold that thought. No. No, no, no. Sir. Oh, you know, have a big old stretch. Take your sweet effing hecking time. Oh, Clank, that would be super cool. Excuse me, sir. You appear to be a piece of shit. Okay, case number 1, Poshel Patient, subject to ride via City Watch escort, perpetrator of the infamous Tallow Mound murders, deemed unfit to stand trial. Wears a max mask to cover extreme facial deformities. Admitted for observation, Dr. Sandbridge. Oh, cool. So if we take the time, we can find out about all the patients here. Okay, Snuggly says, Broadhead, 6 to 8 shots. Backstab 1, Holy Water 1, Flash 1. Wolverhampton 0. Oh, wow. Okay, so the guy in the wax mask was definitely like a Hannibal Lecter sort. Anyway, I'll see if I can stab this orderly in the back. Please welcome to D&D party, Dainty Daggerwork, the Dwarven Rogue. Oh, Snuggly says, fan theories that he's the mastermind behind the uprising. Well, that would make sense. Sorry, I should have read aloud more of that article. I do apologize. But basically it was saying that genius mastermind arrested for multiple murders. Ha-ha! If you're in the club and you see a ghost, go ahead! Stab a ghost! Thank you, Snuggly. Snuggly teaching me how to do murders. Alright, case number 2. Mr. Gunter. Subject brought in City Watch. Found by officers eating a meal of questionable origin. It's people! Dr. Hanscom took the case. Experimental treatments going poorly, cure unlikely. Subject allowed to move about the hospital with escort. Recommended he be kept well fed at all times. Favorite area, meal hall. May be allowed there as a reward for good behavior. Patient must not have access to metal utensils, especially knives. Blunt utensils only. Also remind staff to discourage other patients from using gourmet nickname. Alright, I'm gonna read the patient files. Hang on. Dagger man, dagger, dagger man, dagger. If you're in the club and you see your ghost, stab that Mother Hubbard. He's a ghost. Notice feeling slightly blasé now. Okay, who else we got? Alright, patient number 3. Suspected murder. Patient marked with episodes of narcolepsy during which sleepwalking and other behaviors occur. No recollection of events. Ready for observation. Water treatments having good effect. Unclear whether the treatment itself is sound or if the subject is merely feigning proper behavior in order to avoid further submergings. Patient allowed to keep an unlit candle. Patient 3. Patient caught sleepwalking in the morgue. The patient is developing an affinity for the morgue. Could be useful. Narcolepsy. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. /sarcasm. Huh. I didn't find any more notes on the patients. We're going to take the elevator up. Stably Daggerman, Tiefling Assassin. I do like that. Oh, lordy, lordy. Also, 69. Nice. Right. Come on, down you pop. Excuse me, sir? That is a long-ass elevator. And I don't seem to have access to the down button, so... Let's just keep mashing until... Mash till victory. Bacon Avenger's like, way to go, Will. You broke it. I didn't mean to. And they also know that we are, like... This is some classic PC gaming. If I go in there unprepared... Doesn't seem to be any other... Oh, yeah. Oh, that might have done it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's not mash buttons outside like an idiot. Feck, what were we talking about before I failed at up and down buttons? Also, Blue Abomination. Watto. Kessel's like, or we could smash more buttons. Oh man, buttons! I love buttons! I see no way this ends badly. Oh, you're just in there. Cool. That's not unsettling. Where are my broadheads? Yeah, this is fine. I always remember that bit from the Mission Impossible movie where the guy's on the top of the elevator and gets squished. And I still remember thinking, like, why did Hacksaw McSmart Guy... Why was that the place he chose to hang out? Could have gone anywhere else. Although I am going to take your advice and save some more. I don't know why I was arrogant enough to think that we were going to be able to finish this in an hour while talking to Null. Ghost stab! Oh, fat beastly
Hey,
pissed
kids,
myself!
Do you like buttons?
Oh man, I love buttons! Okay, I'm sorry. Vanderbeast, thank you kindly for 200 bits. Alright. Sincerely. But also, feck you, I nearly peed myself. Ding dong! Well, on the list of bad ideas, throwing ourselves out of a window thanks to a ghost. Let's feckin' do this!
I finally managed to escape from that place, but I think I'm out of my depth here. I saw an old portrait of a girl who looks just like that Keeper translator. But how can that be? I only found traces of the hag. I don't think she's been there since Drept saw her all those years ago. So I'm left with questions. And the vial of blood the ghost had me steal. The ghost is beckoning. I think I'd better follow. This isn't over yet.
Shall we keep going? I forget, can I buy more items here? Don't think I can I? Oh, Snuggy says, just a little. There's a good cutscene at the end here. Good point, good point.
cradle. Follow me. I'll take you to the place she buried me. Bring my blood with you.
Oh, I was just going to leave a vial of children's blood just hanging around. Dear the gods, I will feckin' end you. I have worked too long. I'm gonna use some saves. I have worked too long and too hard. Oh, and Stugly, at this point, like... Oh, feckin' hell.
I've lost sight of the ghost. Now what? Better find her.
No, I can see her. She's right here.
I trust all's well with you? Oh my gosh! Hey, guards! Over here!
Now you die. Ha! At last!
This is not going to end well for you, sir. Sir! There we go.
Be's mine. Don't steal ze again, you.
Who the crap sticks are you?
Hiding ze. Well, we shaman have ways of finding things.
Nicked your shit, shaman. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Afraid, eh?
You're not getting tired, are you? We'll be there soon.
Oh, I had to leave and come back so that the little girl knew where we were at. Sorry, the thing that caused me to go was that under light, she cast the shadow of a little girl, which I'm reminded of that incredible section from Metro, when you encounter the ghosts of people killed by the bomb. And the only way you can find them is... the only way you can see where they are is by looking out for their,
I'd better go find
shadows.
Laurel.
Ha!
Am I still pursued?
Peace out, nupties.
You're tired, but don't leave me. We'll be there soon.
Not much farther.
Sorry, I was gonna wait for the guards to go past.
Is it still behind?
Ha ha! I'll fecking wreck you! At least we now know where Calcium Bonio came from. Calcium Bonio, citizen of the city. Citizen, if you will. Okay. This looks like the place, kid. After you. Oh, Snuggy says, check your faction. Hammer status allied. Pagan status allied. It's fine. It's fine. Also, there's a haunting but vaguely hopeful tinge to this music, which is fucking on point. Okay, let's go in. Fort Ironwood.
Brothers, to arms! Help!
No, I'm just going to use that health potion. There we go. Like, wait, what are they two arms about?
You're tired, but don't leave me. We'll be there soon.
It's alright, kiddo. We got you. Unless this child is luring us to our miserable, messy, sloppy death, which is quite possible. Duncan saying, I feel like looking for imprints would have been more impactful. Well, that's one of the things that at least the first Metro game does very well, is this... they hint about it, that the idea that the repeated bombings of Moscow eroded the wall between this world and the next.
We better get someplace soon. I'm starting to lose patience.
Hey, little ghost, don't listen to Garrett. We're with you. Take your time. Mortar, Dallas. Comstock! The fuck? Heckin' Comstock. Throw your shit around, Comstock. Stugly's like, well, this is a basement full of zombies, so... oh, good. Oh, Chrono!
What ho? And now back to looking.
Oh, Chrono, you scared the pee out of us. Chrono, thank you. Feckin' 19 months, you ledge. Sir? Oh, you're right the way down. Oh, fuck me sideways! Zombies! Pissing zombies! Oh, good. Ah! Child, I need you to feckin'... But I set zombies up. Fuck! Very green.
Yeah.
It's looking good. See what?
I have to play Layers of Fear 2 tonight.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. Start up soon.
So, dear friends, you remember we were talking about Layers of Fear earlier? Fiona's going to play Layers of Fear 2 tonight. So, get your spoops in for me now, because I'm going to be getting vengeance on Fiona for the rest of the evening.
Lecter's gonna sit with me so I don't get too scared.
I've lost sight of the ghost. Now what? Better find her.
Snuggly says hammer horns, the single creepiest thing in the old games. Yup. And they're hard as nails. Don't suppose I'm allowed to burn zombies in this.
You still have my blood, right?
Hey,
guards! You needed to remove the marks.
Face me, coward. Not worth it. I'm leaving.
Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh yeah, so it looks like we know where we're going after this. And Clank, I will absolutely say hello for you.
It's not safe, even for the righteous.
And apparently the hammers like us in this save, so I don't need to be quite as sneaky creepy as I was prior. Hammer, lovely to see you. So we have to go down through a zombie-infested crypt to find this child's end. And we've only got 3 vials of holy water.
I'd better go find Laurel.
Have I lost them?
Aren't you going to follow me? I thought you wanted to help me.
I am! Oh, Snuggy's like, yeah, their basement's got a zombie problem. It happens. I've never owned a basement, so I wouldn't know.
Brothers, to arms!
Or you lads could come downstairs and help us crush the zombie problem that you have in your basement. No, cool. Let me guess, Snuggly, I've just got to avoid the zombies. There's no, like, quick murder win against them. And Skylark, what-ho? There have been some exceptional spoops.
Aren't you going to follow me? I thought you wanted to help me.
I am! We're helping a ghost get through a zombie-infested basement. You know, standard stuff, really, for a... Did you just close the door on the ghost? But again, just to check out the little girl's walking shadow as it's moving through. Like, that's feckin' grand. Flash bomb, holy water, or sneak. Alright.
We better get someplace soon. I'm starting to lose patience.
Feckin' Comstock. Feckin' Comstock. I won't spoil any Bioshock Infiniteness, but I stand by that statement, feckin' Comstock. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your ghosts are? In the basement with the zombies, apparently. Sky saying they have yet to play Infinite. Is it worth playing? God, there's a loaded question. I find myself discussing Infinite a lot, and I find myself using its talking points a fair wedge. Is it a good game that you should spend money on? No. Is it an important piece of art? Yes. I don't know a better way to describe it than that. Fearless says, so we're on the Ghost versus Skeleton War. Yeah, I guess that's the theme for this week. Today we are Team Ghost, but bearing in mind I will be repping Team Skeleton in the club. So for our Halloween party, which you are all cordially invited to come join, can I set them on fire? Am I allowed? Snuggly, does burning the zombies do anything? Am I just being hopeful here? Yeah, Fearless, this is the basement of the club. Oh, and actually, let me just do a quick cheeky save as well. What does it do if you set zombies on fire? You get burning zombies. Alright, Katros, go get some sleep, friend. And as always, lovely hanging out with you. Grateful for all of you cool kids that come and hang out. Oh, you didn't hit shit. Go and pretend like you heard shit. Hey, Tameri. What-o? I hope I... Well, okay. I have a feeling you've been here for a while, Tameri. I hope I said a proper hello when you came on in. I'm doing me best. Oh. Thank you, Spooky Ghost, for showing us...
Let the Book of Names record that on this day did Translator Gamal take the name of Interpreter Gamal and begin to read the prophecies. Let her eyes open to read and to see. Let her tongue speak the words of the glyphs.
I shall see the unseen. I shall speak the truth.
Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Super loud exploding broken secret tunnel!
Record that. Interpreter Gamal, what's wrong?
No.
Curse her stinking, rotting bones. You think you can snare me, trap me with your secrets? I am secret. Kept for decades.
Forgot about this.
You scratch out glyphs and think you have them. But I wear them, drink them, breathe them, know them far better than you.
Oh, that guy's super dead.
I am glyphs now and for all time.
I'm me again. She can't use it anymore.
Finally, now you see me. My skin, my bone as I am. You will not live to thwart me. I have gathered all I need. Talismans, tomes, artifacts, writings. I have them beyond your grasp. I trace, I discover, I read. And soon I shall come to the last of all glyphs that you seek, stumble, follow, but shall never find. I'm afraid we're going to have to rip a few pages from the Book of Names.
Having a bad time, having a bad time.
You did it. I knew you would. The Grey Lady, she buried my body here, where no one would ever find it. She put those marks on the grave, so I couldn't leave. Then she made herself look like me. But now the marks are gone, and she can't use my shape anymore. And I'm finally free. Oh, I have to go. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye, kid. I don't know if ghost kids need therapy or not, but I hope you get it. Oh boy. Yeah, Ghost Child shows us forbidden plot. Fucking yo. Sky's like, not sure what to do with that information. Beware secret meetings with creepy children, because they may not be children at all. They may be a mass of mounds and flesh and muscle that rends one from t'other. Oh, that's interesting. Fearless was saying that Gamal actually appears in Thief 2. It's a neat bit of foreshadowing. Shackle's like, wait, it's Ghost! Ghost, how do we get out of here? We're very corporeal! Ghost! Ghost! Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, Snuggly's saying she's in the first cutscene. Okay. Alright. Oh boy, you can turn the light on now. You need you spooky bastards. How far are you from kicking off?
Not that far, it's getting ready.
Okay. Okay. Well, I get to I'll talk Thief with these lovely Mother Hubbards while you both get ready. Friends, Fiona and Lady Lecter are going to be playing Layers of Fear 2 in a bit. So, let's talk Thief. Let's talk horror. Earlier on, you're all listing, like, you know, first horror game that really got to you, and I'd love to revisit that. I am going to pull us out of Thief, though, into just some chatting. Also, I do want to say, like, a quick cheeky thank you to all the Thief peeps who've been coming to hang out, talk, and have a good time. Terrors. Oh, Clank says hello, by the way.
Hi. I still owe them hugs from you. I thought about it just a minute ago, though.
Okay, okay. Maybe not at this exact moment.
No, in a little bit.
So Clank was saying, to be honest, horror doesn't do anything for me. It's just not my thing. And that's okay. The reason why I get so up in the weeds about horror games is I feel like they do such a good job of evoking emotion with the tools present. I feel like horror games have evolved faster because it's easier for them to show us things that make us jump, things that make us afraid, things that build suspense, rather than things evoking other emotional responses, like things that make us like sad, mournful, nostalgic, happy. Outside of like power fantasy fulfillment, they're a more difficult, more nuanced style of emotion to evoke in a video game. Sky was saying, I think Dead Space really messed with me. That's entirely fair. Its audio design is still incredible. And added, to be fair, to which I'm going to add, to be fair! To be fair! Thank you. Sky hasn't played too many horror games. And I'm always happy to be the one that throws myself in head first for a few of these. I'm not saying you'll got to play Lost in Vivo, but I'm glad that I did for others, because that shit me up sideways. And fun little fact, Kira, who made Lost in Vivo, made the overworld from DreadX Collection 3. Oh god, I have to find some time to play that this week. Tamari says, does Subnautica count as horror? Well, video games are interesting because we define our genres mostly based on how we interact in those spaces. I found Subnautica absolutely terrifying, and its sense of dread as you expand out, or expand down in Subnautica, as new threats are unfurled or revealed to you. Like, feckin' yeah, it was for me. I don't know if it is the same for everybody. There are a few creatures that do use jump scare-like mechanics. Vanderbeest, I will not read that out loud, and you can't make me. Besides, they're in the other room getting set up for kickoff, so... Almost. The letter Z says, personally, I classify Subnautica as terror rather than horror. I mean, again, we hit upon this conversation a lot, so I don't think it's something we need to retread necessarily, but yeah. With video games, we define not based on the content, but based on the interaction method. So Subnautica is a survival game. It has horror elements in it. But if it is first and foremost a survival title, whether you find it scary or not is another matter. Like, Thief even...
Won't read out what? The bit about the unknown games? The unknown games.
Shackle... Mothra... Dump Truck Draconis. How very dare. But thank you for the 200 bits. Thankfully they didn't hear you, so I'm just just looking around the side being like, did we make it past? I think we snuck it past. Oh. Duncan was added that the Talos Principle did that for them. Started playing it. Oh yeah, started while I was grappling with a long Latin word that Will can't pronounce.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What ho 9 months later, and this time I'm calling in from NYC.
No big deal. Well, Ems, thank you for 9 months, you feckin' ledge, and I hope New York is treating you very well.
Jealous! Did you hear my soul shredding to just be there right now? Also, Clanker, this for you.
Yee, I'm getting hugs.
Hug.
Barrow's like, oh hey, Lecter. Clank's like, hey, everybody's saying hello.
Oh, hi.
I'll be bringing these lovely folks over to you lot once you're ready to kick on off.
here.
Yeah.
Good. Everyone say hi.
Yeah. We've had our fill of creepy ass ghost children. Now let's watch Flares of Fear, which will probably have creepy ass ghost children. Oh, it's so green. My camera does not do it justice. It is way more like emerald in your face.
Yeah. A lot of ginger in that room.
We have like a ginger sliding scale with kind of like river in the middle.
Yeah.
Like Peroon at the furthest end. Oh, M says they love the green. But yeah, the Spook Fest will continue, as will be. I'm so like, have you done Layers of Fear yet?
I've done Layers of Fear and the DLC.
Okay.
Dree has not done any of it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing 2, but also seeing how she undergoes Layers of Fear.
Yeah, friends, this is gonna be like watching someone watching a TV show. Like, I'm there just to watch Fiona being like, hey. Tamari's saying we should green screen Fiona's hair. Probably could chroma key it.
Pretty cool. You could give her like succulents coming out of her head.
Or the Marriott carpet, like, hair pattern.
I mean, that's a bold choice.
Let's see how it plays out. Oh, yeah, I forgot how good that whole section was, shitting me up sideways. The Cradle's strengths are its slow burn. Like, it absolutely does not rush in towards any of the horror. Like, honestly, it's like 15-20 minutes before you even see anything else. And the layout of the environment is so open, it feels very organic. And how you approach it can go a number of different ways. And then when it starts fucking with you actively, it has no qualms. It leaves you with this constant feeling of being unsure. Like, you're always on the back foot. You never know if this is the route you're meant to be taking. Oh.
That's kind of how I felt with Soma. Like, it was very... Like, it just made me uneasy.
I'm gutted I didn't get to see the end of it, but... Oh boy, Soma's one of those ones that leaves you awake staring at the ceiling. You know the deep dive suit?
Mm-hmm.
Did you leave it? Did you leave your other suit, or did you turn your other suit off? I left it on.
That's evil.
I was like, if anyone's got a chance of getting out of here, or of saving my ass later, it's...
You went in a very selfish direction with that.
Well, triple selfish. Yeah, oh, caffeine, no!
Oh, thanks, Fearless. I've been orange for 3-4 years. Oh, don't worry, caffeine. I got you.
Shaka was trying to sneak it past earlier, but thankfully you were both getting ready. I thought I was safe. I thought I was safe. Ems, tell us a great deal of things about New York that don't involve references to Frozen 2, thank you.
Into the unknown! Into the unknown! Into the unknown!
They've been doing this for days. Days! Days.
And you know how long it'll continue? Into the unknown! Into the unknown!
And you wonder why I drink. Oh yeah, Maximus. Lecter can belt out a tune. Like, no doubt. No heckin' doubt. Oh. Yeah, our own little horror game. The horror is messing with Will. Oh, that's the engagement. I forget.
It's the best part.
That was not the help I was looking for, but I'm glad we went through this. But what a fucking good day. Like, I felt a little guilty that we didn't manage to get into the meat of the game while we had the guest on, but I was very arrogant to think that I would be able to play the spoops and hold a conversation. I could hold a conversation with these lovely Mother Hubbards. Aww. Baron hugs. Baron hugs. Oh, Snuggly wanted to make a good point that the Thief games are currently on sale on GOG. Now, that was Thief 3, and we got a fan patch to do like updates and like 16:9 resolutions, but it was dead easy to install. All we had to do was like run the game once, then install the patch, and it handled everything else for us. So heckin' yeah. Sounds like Fiona might be getting started. So I might be able to pass you and all of these lovely mother hubbards over there.
Yeet!
Yes, alright. So, friends, I'm going to roll credits, then we're going to go over to the other room for more Lecter and more Fiona. I'm going to watch and join you lot, because otherwise my grinning, gawping face will give away so many spoops. Oh, and Ems, I'm really glad to hear. Like, I'm real glad to hear. I saw the fires starting up again, and I was genuinely worried for yous, which is feckin' cool. And Fearless, thank you for the reminder on that one. I'm going to look into Dark Mod, because I didn't know they'd done a standalone version of it, which makes my life here a lot easier, but we'll come back to that another. So, 1, thank you all for coming with me today. This was a lot more discombobulated than I had intended, but the conversation was wonderful. I'm so glad I got to share this with all of you lot, because you know how much I feckin' love this. This has been on the docket to play since before this whole channel of numpties was a thing. Things to be aware of. So, tomorrow, Vikings. Friday, Blackout Club. So we get to play more of Null's work. Then on Saturday morning, we are playing Depth. So I'm bringing together a group of sharks and divers to scare the absolute fuck out of me. And then we're just going to get drunk in the club. So if you want to come join, you want to play the club afterwards, grab yourself a bevy. I mean, Baron, I don't know if you wanted to stream that. Like, I'm just inviting everyone over to the club for some skeleton versus ghost nonsense. Oh, Snuggly's like, Thief Gold and Metal Age playthroughs when? Oh, yes, sorry, Baron. I apologize. But hopefully you will have an excellent time. Oh, and Wolf, like, thank you. I strive to be a vaguely interesting host, throw a little bit of good conversation around, so I'm glad you had a good time. Tomorrow we're going to be Vikings. The Rune 2 team are still sponsoring us to play through the game, and the fact that a Viking game is sponsoring us to be a bunch of Vikings while we talk about games and game creation. Feckin' yo. Feckin' yo. Okay, friends. I have credits to roll. I have lovely people to thank. And then we can go join Fiona for some more... Oh, it's going to be so good. Layers of Fear, as a series, does some incredible feckery, and I am just looking forward to you all seeing this. It's going to be so good. However, I want to say thank you. The reason we get to do this every day, and the reason that I get to keep being here and having Null on and all this cool stuff is thanks to you lot. Like, you keep this going. So the Favor 6, Sadlin, Katros, Stepagen, Quasimoto, Asari Green Fire, Shackle Triconus, Varbles, Punspector, Sheep Sternia, Bacon Avenger, Reflective Gamer, Porky the Manpire Layer, Blink, Vanderbeast, the smallest burb, the littlest one, Your Jelly and Anonymous Cheers, thank you. Like, bits are a huge part to keeping us going here, so thank you. Your moderator today was Caffeine, Rhymes of Moose, and Tarlicus. I have the best mods a person could ask for, and I feel a bit smug about that. We had a ton of new followers today. I think from both Null and from the game and everything. So to Smith, to Scooter YG, to Jay Messia, I hope that was white, to Wolfgrad, to Taffacat, Dark Writer, to Storm Sworder. Thank you all. I do hope we get to hang out some more, because it's good to talk to cool new peoples. Now to Favor 6, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, Mobster, Blarbarous Frog, Liz is a Noob, feels a bit personal there, Ikoa, Shofi Mavewin, Hookshot Some Numbers, Porky the Manpire Layer, Jehetsmere, oh wow, it's so different without the capitalization, Otterly Crafton, Wolfgrad, Ark the Conclave, Mike Prasad, Leo Wiggins VO, The Bear Toast, Obsidipan, Hero to the People Dan Jones, Chrono Haron and M Hart. Thank you. Whether you were hunted by the glorious Mother Hubbards of House Carl, or ended up celebrating some monstrous sprees, like, thank you. It means the heckin' world to me. So, feckin' yo. Feckin' yo. Right. Ultrazini's like, just made it home to catch the end. Well, Ultrazini, we're going to head on over to Fiona now. So, prepare thyselves. The spoops will continue. Fiona's got Lecter as a guest host. Them two hanging out. This is going to be fun. Feckin' yo. What a glorious day. And it's feckin' grand to be back as well. I've missed you, lovely Mother Hubbards. I know taking a day off yesterday was the smart, healthy human people choice, but I missed yous. Anyway, time to enjoy the deliciousness of Fiona getting spooked 18 ways from Sunday. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go see if I've got a headphone splitter. Get them spooked together. All right, friends. Thank you again. I'll blep you all in the Discords, and yeah, tomorrow, let's be bloody Vikings. Yeah, I think, can we push buttons? I'm pushing buttons. Let's push buttons. Hopper-char.